Oh, what's going on? How's everybody doing over there? Hope all is well. In Engineer Town, we are about to basically refresh, come at it with a fresh set of ears, what I did on the last mix of Don't Worry at All by Nicholas Desouza. I really just wanted to kind of revisit it and I haven't listened to it yet. So it's possible we may have nothing to do or we may have something to do, but final finishing touches, we will find out when we listen. I have cleared my ears of it over the last several days and listened and been working on other things, so I have no idea what this sounds like even, and I'm pretty excited. That's to me is the best way to address stuff is like you work on a song for a long time, you must regain perspective, so you need to hear it with fresh ears. So that's what you can achieve by just going a day or sometimes more. In this case, it was like 2 days without listening to it. What's poppin', GDP Japan? We got GDP Japan trying to hitch a ride home on a flight. The guy's hanging on the wing looking to jump from one side of Japan to the other, I think. Hope all is well with anyone out there. And let's jump into the track here without further ado. Let's just kind of hear where we're sitting, where we're at. Let's get a fresh playthrough. I remember being pretty happy with it at the end of the last mix, but like I said, your perspective is freaking all over the place when you get done working after a lot of hours. And the lower you work, the longer you can work, but ultimately, there's always a moment where you start losing perspective. The goal is to get done before that, and if you can't manage that, then the next day, 2 days later. So let's take a play. Let's listen to this track.
Things ain't bad.
Here we go.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. 'Cause I know that there's a way that God will shine his light on my day. Things ain't bad as what
Pretty cool. That song is just under 4 minutes. Pretty cool song. I love the freaking song, I gotta say. So we're gonna approach this from kind of a mastering standpoint today a little bit, because overall I really like the balance of stuff. I wanted to pop my headphones on there just to hear how much low end I'm getting out of it, because that's one thing I really like, a lot of low end. But there's such a balance. That's the thing when you're mixing. It's like you want to put the sky of everything in there, just as much as possible. But ultimately, there's always compromises to be made. The low end feels pretty good to me right now, but in mastering, sometimes you could kind of squeeze a little more out of it. Let me just see what we got going on.
Just keep your
Headphones tell me so much about this part of the song specifically, like the low end amount.
the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. 'Cause I know that there's a way.
What's going on, Brax? How you doing over there, Braxel, my dude? What's good, bro? Hope all is well. We are doing some finishing touches on this track today. It's going to be an easy one. It's going to be a light day. And we will kind of address what you might do if you were intending on mastering a track. And the best way to do it is to have, when you mixed it also, the best way to do it is have fresh ears come at it from a new perspective completely, like we're at right now, and see what we can do to kind of just anything we think is lacking. Let's try to fix it on the 2-track rather than fix it in the mix itself. So, for example,
We're gonna make it, y'all.
I really like the amount of low end in there. I gotta say, it's feeling pretty good. I might be able to get away with like a little more saturation in the low mids, but I really do kind of like what it's doing.
For cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose? Lay in the dirt, broke and confused.
Because like these parts of the song feel a little lighter in the low end than these parts.
'Cause I know that there's a way.
That
Piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose?
it's like I want more low end here, and I want less. That's really all it is, and I might be able to just do that with automating this track, which is the drum loop. I might be able to get it all from that.
It's passing by, even though they like to shock it.
I might also be able to get it a little more bass love in there, and then we might kind of make up for what we're missing.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay dry?
So that would be mixing it, like mixing within the track, right? We might do that, or we might go to this from a 2-track perspective and just deal with it down there as if we were mastering it. Yup. You're bored over there, Brax? Well, I'm glad we could have a stream for you to break you out of your boredom. It's it's one of those things. How's Isabel doing? How's Isabel? Isabel's the dog. Every solid engineer has a close relationship with a pet, I think, and if you don't, you should build one. What do we got here?
Things ain't bad as what they seem.
See, I love the way that feels, which makes me want to just adjust this so that if we do something on the 2-track anyway, I will not have to. I could basically do less on the 2-track just because I've dealt with this already. I just don't like how light in the caboose that feels. So benefits of having the markers like chorus marker and stuff is you can go in and you can find that easily by like 3 decimal. The chorus is my number 3 marker, and maybe I'll just take it to about here and just take it up like 1.6 dB or 1 dB, like not a whole lot. Let's just give it a little more from it in this loud part of the song.
Don't have to worry at all.
Now, sometimes when you have a drum loop that's static, it's helpful to do something like, I'm going to open our SSL 360 jam here. It's helpful to automate because you can create the illusion of a real drummer by just simply moving a little bit of volume here and there. Like, you don't really need, let's go, where's my drum loop? Here we go. A lot of times I'll set this to latch when I'm doing this kind of thing. It's like where I want to create like subtle increases in volume and decreases to create the dynamic that a real drummer might have and put it in my loop. I'm also going to do it with the bass, but the bass will use touch so it snaps back. Oh, we got Lucas Llama. What's poppin'? We got Lucas Ilama or Lucas Double L Llama. Either way, that's awesome. How you doing over there, dude? We got he's saying, "Hey, all sounding great on my Slate IM1s." That's amazing. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Nice to have you join us, Lucas. Also, we got Skylar Hale Music popping up. Nice to see you peoples over there. What's going on, Skylar? Looks like you got an awesome acoustic. What kind of acoustic is that? It looks like a Taylor kind of, but it's just, I'm judging from this small, this small little profile pic on this small screen, so it's kind of tough to tell, but that's a sick looking Taylor. Some kind of acoustic. I don't know what kind it is. Let us know. Drop it in the chat. Let me know what we're dealing with here. Looks like it has a weird shaped cutaway, or is that just the craziness of the angle? Let me know. I'm a guitarist first, so I'm always very interested in guitars. But yeah, thanks for joining. So yeah, man, we're about to approach this song and do our finishing touches. That's what we're doing. So this mix was done on the last live stream. So everything that's happened so far has been done on the live stream. All I'm doing now is pulling up some VCA automation on, I felt like some parts of the chorus could use a little bump. So that's what we're going to do on the drum loop and on this bass track. I'm just going to give us a little extra love in the chorus, and I'm going to do it with my hands on these volume automating faders on the UF8, which look like this. And I plan on just putting some life into a static drum part. So let's do that at the moment. R. Huggins. What's poppin', R. Huggins? How you doing over there, bud? R. Huggins saying, look at all that automation. My, oh my, that's what it takes to make a record. In my opinion, yes, it does. Like, you can get so much life out of a track through automation that I just feel like that's the big difference maker. And a lot of this was always happening when people were even mixing on digital consoles like the SSL. How when that came out with automation, the mixer became a much more vital role in music. And, prior to then, it was always kind of a role, but, Bob Clearmountain says stuff like that allowed him to really become a closer, become like a world star closer of a project that's great, because he could then perform on the mixing console. And that's what they would do. They would go, make a pass and bring the life out of it. So even though you couldn't see all the little dots like we could see nowadays, they were always there. Anybody that's touching that SSL and making it come alive, like CLA or Tom Lord Alge or Bob Clearmountain or Andy Wallace, like all these guys, that's what they're doing it. So to think that I could ever get a mix to sound, alive with just leaving all the faders static at like some innocuous position of this makes the verse sound good and the chorus, I'm just going to raise the whole thing by 1 dB. Like you can kind of do it that way, but this just always felt more real to me. Felt more organic, more real, more alive. The other way felt like I'm always doing one thing at a time. It never felt right. I don't know. It's hard to explain. No matter how much automation I drew in on the tracks, it was never the same as, the weird anomalies that happen when you grab faders and move them a little bit, and then now you want to bring it down, so you bring it down. It doesn't come exactly back to where it was unless you let go completely and you're on touch mode. You'll sort of like fly it into place with your fingers, and you wind up moving it too much or not enough, and that weird like little subtle differences makes a big difference to the overall picture. To have that subtle different changing movement, I find it's huge. And don't get me wrong, I know guys like Serban and John Haynes, like their mouse is their automation controller. They don't use fader banks or anything like that. So I know it can be done both ways. For me, it just works better this way, and I couldn't do a mix without it these days. Automation is so underrated. R. Huggins, 100%, dude. R. Huggins wrote, dude, automation is so underrated. It separates the boys from the men. I agree. I think it's something that, like, at one point I used to think took a lot of time and isn't worth it. Now I think no matter how long it takes, it's worth it, because I clearly can hear the difference from a track that has no automation and a track that has automation. It's so different, and it's worth it. It's worth putting in the time to do it, in my opinion, 100%. Braxel's asking gold clip. No, at the moment we've got only a couple things on our master, our master bus, which feeds our mix bus. So this is a master fader. That's what we call it around here, master fader, which is basically a VCA with the ability to add an insert, or 10 inserts, but that's all it is really. And that feeds our mix bus. So on our master, we have the ATR 102 doing, getting kind of conservative amounts of level, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. So that's first, hitting everything first. As soon as it all comes together, that's the first thing that hits it. I like a little saturation on the front end, and then we've got into an SSL bus comp. 2-to-1, doing like 2-3 dB. Then we're hitting an EQ here and a bit of an analog converter emulation and like a color box kind of, but also filters and EQ. The compression is off because you see this light is off. The in light is off, which means no compression. And I'm driving a bunch of signal through the output of this because I find it's very different. It doesn't feel to me to get as good of a result in terms of 3D depth when I would drive the input and lower the output. I felt like the input coming down and the output coming way up always felt better on this plugin. That's just my take on it. I don't know, how accurate that is to what it's really doing or what, but to me it always felt better. I always keep it on the floppy-haired dog, Atticus, because that's my kind of dog right there, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the JCF, I think. And then the Lavery Gold is the aggressive dog, I think. I don't know. I don't know which is which, but I know one's the JCF converters and one of them is the Lavery Gold converters. And I like the floppy-eared dog. Line amp always on, always. And then we're hitting an ML4000, Mic DSP, the OG, and then we're hitting the Oxford Inflator. That's it. So 4 things, the rest are off, and because we might do some mastering on this one, we're going to do little touches to get this thing into place to where I like it even more than I do now. But it's pretty close. So the first thing I did was save it as something else, so I could always get back to that other version just in case we flood the ship. And assuming we don't flood the ship, we will have a version that's better at the end of this thing. And I might wind up adding gold clip. Braxel, don't front on it. I might do it. So you like the tape first in the mix master chain? Absolutely. I like tape first, and then I like saturation on the front and back of it, right? So just Charles Dye kind of cemented this into me, right? Pause. But he kind of said tube in the front, tape in the back. However, and he was doing it all over, including his mix bus, but his mix bus he was doing a little different. He was going multi-mono, the analog channel 1 from Mic DSP as his first plugin, and he was still doing a tape plugin towards the end of his chain. So what I like to do is, taking that with a grain of salt, I like the way the ATR 102 sounds in the beginning of the chain a lot. I think it adds so much to the aggression of the mix through saturation. It just thickens and beefs it up a bit. And it also rounds a bit of the top end off, which sometimes I put back with like a high frequency driver or something because you got EQs on here and stuff. You know, the Repro EQ does work on the sync head. The sync head is the record head, much more aggressive sounding than the Repro head. So I'm usually on sync head on this thing. It's basically a tweaked version of the Push 456 Fat Master preset. I've tweaked that. And what do I do here now? So I run that, and then this is also saturation and flavor. So that's the beginning and end of my chain. And then the Mic DSP ML4000 is the most colorful sounding limiter there is, as far as I'm concerned. It's another like juice machine because it's super, exciting sounding. It's exciting sounding in a very different way from any other limiter. So for me, it's does a great job. And I don't use it, like it's nothing's crazy working super hard here. Usually we're like between 4 dB or 3 dB. But 3 dB on this thing sounds very different than 3 dB on any other limiter. And I typically keep it on clean mode because it's dirty enough. It's dirty enough on clean mode is the best way to put it. But yeah, it's a color machine too. So I feel like with a few of those choices, I get towards the analog flavor that I like, which is the ATR 102. The sidecar is helping with that too, a little bit of depth, a little bit of this like extra width. But it's not only width, it's like a 3D kind of thing. A little bit of the stereo imager. Very conservative though, like 2.3 dB on the width, 4 dB on the space. And that goes on about halfway. That's not on the whole time. That's it. What do we got? GDP saying, quick tip, if you really want to know whether a song has automation, look for faders moving on their own. Yep, for sure. R. Huggins said, R. Huggins saying, man, those Mic DSP multiband processors are some of the most colored around. They are. The Mic DSP ML4000 is not like anything else. It's such a great sauce for people who think their analog, their in-the-box mixes suck. It's usually all that means is you're missing a couple key ingredients. You're not like 10 or 20 plugins away from greatness. You're more like, a handful of, or less, like 3 things away from feeling closer to what you're missing. And usually that comes from doing it in multiple places, not just on the mix bus. The channels themselves, and you can get there a million different ways. Like if you have heat, you can use heat. GDP loves heat. I used to use heat all the time. Jason Joshua used to use heat all the time. He might still use it. I don't even know. But I could tell you that heat is another way of kind of making each channel saturate and kind of flavor up a little bit, juice the flavor. And then on the mix bus, saturation in a couple different layers but done lightly is also a good way to go about it. I every once in a while, I'll use the Dolby A-type because it's kind of this, if you want to mix a song and it winds up being a little dull at the end, that A-type is the money for that. So it's not always an ATR 102. Sometimes I'll substitute that for like the Dolby A-type. Sometimes I'll use both. Sometimes the 3348 tape shows up a lot, which is like a converter emulation, and does a similar thing. It adds a bit of saturation and kind of colors it and rounds the top off. So the Studer does the same thing. The mix head does the same thing. There's no magic. If you have any of these other plugins, you can probably get results that are different, but still something you like. Everything sounds different. It's just, it could still work for you. Toupee, one of my favorites. Toupee, I like to call it Toupee because I think it just adds a bit of comedic value to it. But that's one of my favorite plugins for mastering. I might make a video on this because I love using Toup for mastering. It's so flexible, that plugin, because it's EQs, it's mastering, it's compression, it's saturation. What did I say? It's mastering. I said it's EQ, but it's tube or tape. You can control the flavor of the tubes and the tape. You can control the amount of the drive. You can control the filter, so you have an EQ kind of built into this thing, and you have additional compression if you want it. It's kind of an ideal mastering plugin. Really cool plugin, but it's been off so far, so we're going to leave it off. Gold clip is not on at the moment, and neither is the HF compressor, so I'll just take all those off so we can kind of visualize this thing correctly. Danny Lyrica. What's poppin', Danny? Oh, R. Huggins wrote, the MC200 on a vocal is also an iconic modern pop sound. Yeah, dude. Honestly, the most tempting thing for me, which I almost put in today's video if you haven't caught it yet, on basically no analog, in parentheses, that's not digitally recallable, but I couldn't fit it all on the thumbnail, and no subscriptions for plugins. You know, those two things I feel like work against you when you're trying to make mixes for clients. You know, anytime you have to recall stuff manually, pain in the butt, not always totally possible, easy to lose notes, easy to take a photo from a crazy angle, or easy to waste time because you always have to print everything back into this freaking computer as you go. Either way, that's a time waster. Even if it's just the time it takes to print the song, it's still, you're wasting 5, 10, 20, 30 minutes, maybe more every time you mix. It adds up. So for me, those are all no-goes, but you know, there's something about the Mic DSP like APB jam where you have access to all their stuff, and it's, you know, that always kind of struck me as kind of cool. But there's also something about the fact that it's just a bunch of chips inside there and like no transformers or no nothing that always made me feel kind of strange about that thing. Like, is it like, it's, I know it's supposed to be analog, you know, with digitally controlled analog, but is it? Like, how is it if it's all just a bunch of chips? Like, it's, I don't get it. To me, it never really added up. But it might be awesome. I don't know. But because I love Mic DSP plugins so much, I'm with you on that. And I don't even own a bunch of them. I own like 3, I think. And I like them all, but it does occur to me that, like, ooh, it'd be nice to have all the Mic DSP plugins. That would be cool. One time I demoed the suite they have where you could open, basically there's just I feel like it was one of these all-in-one package things where you'd click the jam and you have access to tons of stuff, tons of EQ, compression, saturation, tons of stuff. The only reason I didn't get it was because on that computer, when I was testing it, every time I opened that thing, it was like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, and then it would open. I was like, that's crazy. Because you, as you're mixing, you want to just click something and be able to tweak it and get back to mixing. I had to wait like 3 to 5 seconds every time I clicked the freaking thing to get it to open up because there was so much in it. And I was like, I'm glad I demoed this because I cannot deal with that. You think you can until you try to mix a song like that, and then you go, man, I've got like cat-like reflexes I'm trying to, you know, to enact. And this thing's moving like a mouse. It just wasn't working. You know, it was just way slower than I needed it to be to just like load up so I can touch stuff. So that was a no-go for me. But I'm always curious about the APB. I don't know what that's like. It's probably awesome. I just don't know. But yeah, I haven't tried the Mic 200 yet. But I like it. GDP likes heat. Heat is good if you know how to use it and the logic behind it. Otherwise, it's a cluttering machine. Yep. Danny Lyrica, hello. Oh, what's poppin', Danny? Lucas Lama said, I'd love to see a video on Toop. I have it, but I haven't quite mastered it. Trust me, it took me... I've owned Toop for over a year. Maybe a year and a half. No, it's been... Has it been 2 years? It might have been 2 years, and I just got a handle on it recently. Like, it's that plugin's so crazy, and I don't mind saying it because up until then I'd pull it up and I could never make it work for what I wanted it to do, and until I made a few clutch tweaks that for some reason never occurred to me to make until I pulled it up relatively recently. Like, I started using it a few months back for mastering purposes, and I was like, this is so good. And then recently I've used it a couple times, and I just felt like it was the only thing that could have done what I needed as streamlined, like all in one plugin, which is what made it so cool to me. But yeah, mainly, like, I'll make a video on this separate because I know not everyone's curious about it. But the things that I wasn't doing was the dry wet. I think it's defaults at dry all the way up. But also, flipping through the presets is not going to do any good for you unless you're going for a sound that's old school, because all the presets are pretty much old school. So everything you pull up is going to make your stuff sound not the way it was mixed. If you're trying to use it delicately, you really you could start with, like, I think I started with this or the Curtis Mayfield preset or something and then went from there. But the point is, the dry wet keeps super low. Like, even 10% is enough sometimes. The drive, never really bring it above 20 or 25. I mean, you could really crunch stuff up if you've got nothing else on, but if you're trying to use it delicately, 5, 10 is enough sometimes. And maybe you need, like, it's just so little goes such a long way. I like the tubes on the low setting rather than some of these other ones because I don't like how bright this thing can get. And if you do anything, like you start working, don't forget it works in tandem with the filters. So if you brighten it up too much, you could just rock the tilt back to change the way this stuff is shaped and get more low end and less high end. Or you could come into the filter and draw it yourself. So it's just so flexible to the point where you can, really roll off some top end if you want and kind of give yourself that smiley face that a lot of us like. You can boost some 20 hertz and then kind of, roll down the back side of that. You can also turn the compressor off completely, like I do most of the time if I'm using it in a context where I don't really want the compression on it. I just want tube and tape love, and you can control these separately. So controlling the tube as much as you want and the tape as much as you want, and then deciding where the filter is. Is it before it all? Is it between the two? Is it after it all? Man, it's flexible. Flex. Like, really well-designed plugin. This, I think, is their best, their most, like, whatever you call it, highest grossing plugin for the company or something. It used to be the Goodhertz Wolf Comp, the arguably one of the most creative, coolest compressors going ever. And this is now, I think, taken over in terms of what the majority of the people who buy a Goodhertz plugin buy this one. I own all of them because I love all the Goodhertz plugins. I'm a huge Goodhertz fan. And I feel like this plugin does take a while to get your head around. That's the truth. So don't feel bad. It took me a while too. I'm no freaking... I wasn't able to make it work for the first several songs I brought it up on, and I was reluctant to use it because of that. It was like my fifth choice for everything. Everything else got used first, and then recently it's been like I found a place for it. Danny saying, been all over the place these days. Nice. He hopefully will get to settle down and actually start mixing again. Nice, dude. Yeah, you were in the Dominican Republic and stuff, if I'm not mistaken. We got people all over the world. Hit the like button if you're all over the world, man. Engineers all over the world unite in this spot, whether you're working on stuff or not. That rhymed unintentionally. They did all those videos on that new Oxford Gate too. Now I hear nothing. I guess it is not good. Yeah, that's just how it is. When they do when a new thing comes out, everyone who's making content goes, now I can think of one less idea for video this week, and they drop that video. And, it's also because they're probably excited to use it, and they're probably also getting some sort of a sponsorship from it. So there's a marketing play and push there. But, I like to wait till the dust settles before I decide to do stuff. There's no point in competing with all the top channels for videos on those things. So I don't rush to do it. There's no real reason to do it. The video you did on gain staging was very... Thank you, Braxel. I appreciate that, dude. Braxel loves the video I did on gain staging. Yeah, well, it's one of those things that it's very easy to lead people astray when you say stuff like, the most important thing. So I felt like it was good to just organize my thoughts on that in a video. And I was really happy that Brian brought that up because, Brian's a smart dude, and I know that he is adding topics that are good for conversation because it helps the channel, it helps the chat, it helps me come up with ideas for videos. So I really appreciated a comment like that. And nobody's really ever wrong. Like, whatever you think is most important for that person could be, and maybe it is. So it's not like I'm calling anybody wrong. I'm just, sharing my thoughts. And I was happy to do it. Everybody definitely has lots of plugins, that's for sure. That's a common mistake, but has an easy fix. Send them to me, and I'll take care of them. Everybody has lots of plugins, indeed. And my gates, if you're curious, my go-to gate is absolutely, you guys already know if you've seen a stream before, the SSL's gate on the channel strip, 100%. Love that gate more than all other gates. If I need more than that, I'll go to the silencer. If I need more than that, I'll go to the multiband gate, which I've barely used because those other two things take up the zone for me most of the time. Of when I need a gate, I go to those. So, the Oxford drum gate or whatever might be, if it's amazing, it might take the place of something else, but those three are like enough. And then the Pro Tools stock like Dyne 3 gate was like my go-to prior to using an SSL's gate all the time. So you can get a lot done with that. I mean, they're all fine. Ultimately, they all are fine. They just sound different. Each sounds a little different. Each has like its strengths and weaknesses.
Things ain't bad.
So let's go back to this chorus thing.
Don't have to worry at all.
So real quick, I'm just going to grab faders and touch some stuff. Come on. Here we go.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are
Right here, I can bring it down because it's like the loop sounds two different ways. Sounds different here compared to earlier.
Storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though daylight is short and it's and you jump for cover and your peace was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up.
Right here, we lose it again.
Get confused. Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, what it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at
See, this is what I mean. Like when it's on this shelf, because I'm riding it pretty hot right here, I might let go. If it was touch, it would go snap back. But if you leave it on, like, you it's untouched, but you just drag it back to where it is, it'll kind of naturally move and go like 2 dB, 1 dB, 2 dB, 1.5, 2. It does this weird like human thing that's I find is super lacking from music that doesn't have that. So I love it. Now, just this keyboard thing, we need wherever that is. Let's find it. Just want a little more of that about halfway through this. Let the light guide you through. The violins, it's all tied to this fader, so I'd have to bring it. I appreciate that, Yandel. Thank you, Yandel. How we doing, Yandel? That's how we shout our peoples out in here. I really appreciate it. He said, mix sounding very full, real nice. Yeah, well, honestly, thank you. A lot of this was done last time. So this is final finishing touches because, and I like to put a limit on the finishing touches. Like, I never go beyond like a second day. Like, this is day 2, right? I haven't even listened to it between the first time we ended it and now. So all I noticed was the chorus had a little lack of the drums. They seemed like when the music came in, the loop wasn't holding up. So I had to automate a little bit of that in the chorus, different from the verse. Because this part where it's sparse, we heard it loud and clear. This part, it felt like the kick didn't punch enough for me. And it's all on the drum loop. There's no separate kick thing. So I had to just automate that. And then the keys got a little lost. So, a little couple parts of places, juice that a little. And then we might do a couple like mastering 2-track touches. Braxel's talking about hamburgers again. Braxel, save the hamburger talk, my dude. You make me hungry every time you start. He's on here freaking reciting the specials of the day. He's like, today we have carnitas over a bed of roses with a side of mushrooms, in a hoisin sauce with I don't know, the dude's, he just makes me hungry. Take it easy, Brax. Take it easy. That dish I just described, by the way, is not a real dish, and it sounds like it'd be terrible. Freaking carnitas on a bed of roses, non-edible roses, whether they're edible or not. Disgusting. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain What's going on here? Trippy. There's like bells, and then there's this loud thing that just jumps in because of the way the tracks are. Where is it? It's just part of it.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay dry when the bills are due.
Let's just juice that a little bit. See, this is what I mean by finishing touches. A little love here and there goes a long way.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by, even though daylight is struck.
And like right there, I want to hear the every morning lightning struck a little bit clearer.
It's passing by, even though daylight is passing by, even though daylight is struck.
Too much.
It's passing by, even though daylight is struck in an instant and you jump for cover. It's passing by, even though daylight is struck in an instant and you jump.
Even though the lightning, not every morning.
Passing by, even though daylight is struck in an instant and you jump for cover and your peace was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Passing by, even though daylight is struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your peace was burned straight through.
Now, I like to check these without the headphones, too, because it's very easy to make the vocals and stuff too loud in headphones. It's just way too easy to do it. I have a way better sense of actual balance when I'm listening on monitors. And that's for a lot of reasons. One, I'm more comfortable on monitors. Two, it's because this speaker gets in here, this speaker gets in here. So it's much more natural. And rather than like turn can opener on and off and remember any nonsense like that, every time I put on headphones, I just take them off. All right, now we're going to do something.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
Let's be a little tasteful with our doubles. This is called tasteful double time. We're about to lower one by like 15 dB where it's almost non-existent because there's about an 18 dB difference or 17 roughly between these two. So
that is what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna...
Basically, you could take it out completely too. Like it's just when you lower it enough, it's just almost as good as taking it out completely. But the bottom line is
that is what they seem.
We want the emotional connection of one vocal here. So that's why, like, you could take it out all the way.
Things ain't bad as what they seem. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be.
And you could be as tasteful as you want, where you could just be like, things ain't bad as what they seem. Let's get a double on seem to be. Like, just that.
They seem to be.
You know, this is the kind of stuff I actually really like to do.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
You know, maybe on that don't have to worry at all part, we'll leave it in.
Don't have to.
I just don't want the kind of like you could juice it up and you see. I don't like that. Those are the things I don't like. I don't mind the breath.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
And even like that's another version of it. It's basically when someone goes, it's like before you sing that little lip smacking thing. I just don't like that. It happens to everybody. So it just annoys me to hear it. So I don't like it.
Just keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. 'Cause I know that there's a way. Keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. 'Cause I know that there's a way. 'Cause I know that there's a way.
So like right here, I'm picking my moments for the doubles. I'm picking my moments. We got Yandel's asking, any advice on song structure? I got hooks for days, but verses, and I have a love-hate relationship. Okay, verses and you have a love-hate relationship, but you got hooks for days. There's a great tip on that kind of stuff. When you love the hook, but you don't like your verses, make the hook your verse and write another hook. So that means grab a hook from something else and make that your hook and use the hook you do like as your verses. Solved your problem right there. Bada bing, bada boom. Because who says everything needs a verse? You know, more hooks, the better. And maybe your verses are your hooks. Just got to look at it different. You know what I'm saying? The Beatles used to start songs with their hooks, not always a verse. It would be the hook, and then the next part after that hook would be a verse, but it would be a hooky freaking verse. So it's arguable what is a hook and what is a verse with a lot of Beatles stuff. You could argue it all day. And some of the best songwriters of all time. So that's the move. If you have a part of the song you don't like, that doesn't need to be in the song. Put the part you do like there, and then write another part for the part you don't like.
'Cause I know that there's a way.
So this is some tastiness right here. We're going to keep I think it's a thing when people double, they like to do the entire thing. Being tasty with your doubles and your harmonies is so clutch. That's such a good telltale sign between, you know, I don't know, tastiness. And you'll notice it in a lot of songs that you love. They pick their moments for both harmonies and doubles. Being tasty with harmonies is everything. Don't just sing over the entire line. Sing over only the parts that matter. You know, the parts that you want emphasis on. And if everything has emphasis, nothing has emphasis. If everything's loud, nothing's loud. If everything's wide, nothing's wide. It applies to harmonies too. It applies to everything.
'Cause I know that there's a way.
And if you don't like breaths in your stuff, that could be dealt with super easy. You just break the clip like I broke here. You could just lower it by 20 dB on the clip gain or something, or 18 or 14, or pick a number that sounds natural to you, but keep it in if you want the breath, or just mute it if you don't. Or the option B is you open Audio Suite and open like just anything like an EQ one band, and then just take you take the gain down, or I like to just take my input level down, leave everything else alone, take this down by some number, and then you could leave it up all the time. And then every time you get to a spot like this, you just render it. And the next spot, you just break the clip, create it, render. So you don't have to pull down every time. It'll automatically lower it by some number you set. And it's a good way to handle breaths if you don't want to go through each one and do this. Because that's more annoying. It's definitely more annoying, but you have more control.
'Cause I know that there's a way. That God will shine his light on my day. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
What kind of hamburger, Danny? Did you do Texas style? I'm a Texas hamburger guy, where you throw the egg right on top of it, and you put garlic bread on the top and bottom instead of regular bun. Ah, do it up. No barbecue sauce though. I hate barbecue sauce. In general, I am a hot sauce guy, not a barbecue sauce guy. Danny's saying, yeah, and make sure they relate to each other. Think of a story, beginning, middle, and end. Yeah, stories can be cool, but abstract lyrics can also be cool. So I agree with that. And I also think sometimes something could seem related that isn't, so you don't have to. This is what I think. I think you will know what works together and what doesn't, because deciding that is also a part of you being a good songwriter. Is like everyone has their own flavor they bring to writing a song, or picking up a guitar and bending a note. Everyone has their own flavor. So what might make sense to you might not make sense to someone else, and that still could be amazing. Who cares what other people think goes together? Like, what do you think goes together? And it could have nothing to do with each other. It could be, a totally different tempo. It could be a totally different feel. Like, it could be some other part of some other story that works really well with what you're writing. Ever seen the movie Memento? The whole thing could be backwards. It could be telling a story from back to front. Awesome. You got this. There's no rules. I like abstract stuff that I like. Most of the lyrics to Nirvana stuff can be interpreted very abstractly, and the same thing with like Bush can be very loose interpretations, and a million of them could work. I love lyrics like that, which means that nothing really has to tell a story that makes sense in a linear fashion. It could just be anything that goes together in some way. That's what's cool about music, man. Get out there. Get out there. Climb out on a branch that's fragile, that might break on you, and then rock and roll. If it breaks, no worries. I have confidence you'll be able to find your way back and climb up and create something else again. But that's what's up. It's just like, go out on a limb, is what I'm trying to tell you. Get out there. Danny Lyric is saying, what do we got here? GDP, thanks for sharing. Dominican Republic, early stuff on Discord. Can you tell us in the chat what you have in mind for acoustic treatment and so on? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, what's up? Write out the story first. It doesn't matter if it doesn't rhyme. Get the meaning / purpose first. That could work too. If you're having trouble with lyrics, then a tip like that is really helpful. But it sounds like if you said you write a lot of great hooks, but you just don't know about the verses, you might already have written lyrics that are perfect for this. And the story that you were thinking might be, it might not seem to go together, but it might go together very well. Those are my favorite kinds of lyrics. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to know what you were trying to tell me your story is about. I want to interpret my own story and put it on top of whatever it is that you're feeding me to create an emotional connection with the music. I don't want to know. I hate the dog, I'm riding in a pickup truck and the dog in the back and the freaking, and the cows didn't come back to the farm today and my girlfriend ran off. I hate those songs. They just never do anything for me. I want it to be weirdly abstract. The cow jumped over the moon. I want some weird stuff. I want to put my own weird interpretation on it. I want to picture a cow in an astronaut suit. Hit the like button. Acoustic treatment is coming in the future, not at this time, since I have a lot of non-music related things to take care of. Nice. I'll be focusing on mixing in the cans. Mixing in the cans. Have you tried Goodhert's can opener? For me, that's the money. If I had to mix in cans, I would use that. When I do these tests, I don't even throw it on. But if I was going to solely mix in cans, I think I'd need that. I would rely on that. Some can opener. Yup. GDP, today's ride is pretty bumpy. Really? Is it? Turbulence? GDP is in the sky. Indeed, he's been trapped at the airport trying to get home. And Nightbot is now taking over because he heard GDP was having a bumpy ride. Nightbot has feelings, guys. I've noticed that the feelings are growing. The intelligence is learning. Danny Lyric is talking about the Texas hamburger. Does not sound bad at all. The burger I ate was simple from a local business. Bread was nice and toasty. The beef was well cooked. It had lettuce, tomatoes, onions, ketchup, mayo. That's the go-to right there. Gotta love that. Mayo and ketchup combination is way better than people think. That's that Russian, isn't it? That's what pretty much Russian dressing is, if I'm not mistaken. Danny Lyrica and fries. Nice. I may be biased here, but the food in the DR tastes very nice and rich. Sick. Awesome, dude. I believe it. Yandel saying, my hooks just be so catchy, it's hard to match the energy in a verse. Bro, I'm telling you, just it's the mental block. Just grab two hooks that you've written that somehow could go together in some universe, even if it's not a direct route of connection. And that's your song now. You'll love it because you'll have that high energy in both. That's what's up. Maybe a part of your verse or something will come together for a bridge or some sort of a change. Like I like a nice bridge in a track. There's not enough songs with bridges today, guys. We need more bridges. What are your thoughts? We need a bridge? I think so. A bridge is like that. It's like that turn of it's some weird, moment of it's like an intervention. A bridge is sort of how you could think about it. It's like the song's going a certain way, and then all of a sudden, something intervenes and gives you it's like, have you thought about this? It questions your whole idea of what the song is doing and going and where, and then it resolves beautifully to the chorus, and then you've got that moment of release again. A nicely done bridge adds tension to a track, and then the release comes in the chorus. It doesn't have to be that way, but it's just how it could work. A burger always helps, Yandel. 100%. Lucas Lama, love it. Gotta call it a night in Minnesota. Have a night, dude. Thanks for stopping by, and have a good night over there in Minnesota. Don't forget to hit that like button. Get us out there. Feed this thing to more people with that like button. Slap that like, pop that, hit that. Later, brother. I always love those onion ring talk, man. You guys are nuts. GDP saying, GDP is flying up there, huh? Oh, Big Mac Miller Lite. What's poppin', Big Mac Miller Lite? How you doing over there? He's a fan of the bridge and interludes. I'm with you. More bridge and more, like, every track needs a bridge, in my opinion, and an interlude. I say every track because it's the pendulum swinging the other way. There's been so many tracks with none of that for so long that it's pissing me off that I want every track to have one now. GDP is on Le Ralphios. Le Ralph Machos.
We're gonna make it, y'all.
All right, so now that we've established some stuff here, let's throw, something told me that Toop was going to be my answer last time, and I'm curious what I can bring out of this track with a little Toop love. So as a possible finishing touch situation, I'm going to add Toop right at the end of this chain and go from there. We'll see if we can get it done with just Toop and CG2. But let's first see if we could add Toop and have our world not fall apart.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to.
Now, don't worry about the level hitting, a little hotter because, we could take the output down in here if we want. The output's at 0. Like, I could just notch that down and we might be okay. And if we're still not okay, I could always deal, I might add the CG2 anyway for its particularly cool little bit of flavor vibe it adds.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry.
it just thickens it up. And when you use this thing, you got to mess with this. Be aware of where you're at too. Like this first line over here is plus 12. This is 6 and this is 0. So every little bit does a lot. And if I were to look at this, which is the way I'm looking at it is from like a mastering context now. So I really want to see if I can get away with just after the mix, as if I don't have control of all this. I say as if because I do, but as if I didn't, I would just add something at the back of this, like toupe or toupe, and then maybe the CG2. We're going to see how much we can get done with just those because I wound up talking about them, and they are really good for this purpose, this thickening purpose. You know, it's like a thickening saturation where you want it and an EQ curve a little bit. So it's adding it's as if we had 5 more plugins that we're adding. You know, a tube plugin, a tape plugin, a bit of a filtering EQ situation, and all sorts of other stuff because it's 2 different EQs. You could add this and you could do a tilt on it also. So it's really like 2 EQs in one. And then you got your emphasis, which we know I could mess with that too all freaking day. That's the problem. There's just so many choices in this plugin. I love it though.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No, no. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by? Even though the lightning struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your peace was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, or it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it. Don't have to worry at all. 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 Don't have to worry Whatever you're growing through, let the light guide you through. Don't have to worry at all.
Very interesting.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
The emphasis is something I still haven't quite wrapped my head around, how it's like reverse. It works in reverse. I haven't quite figured that one out yet. Like, I don't quite get that. So I hardly use the emphasis part of this.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at
What did I miss here? People are bugging out. I love it. I love it. That's what's up. Bugging. What's good? We got Big Mac Miller Lite talking about Bridge and Interludes. We got Braxel talking about their YouTube channels where Cook shows you how to make excellent onion rings. They even have a contest over them. GDP Japan, I'm literally so high right now. Yandel, haven't done a nice bridge in a while. We'll come out of my session with one today. That should be fun. Yeah, man. Intervene. Create an intervention. All of a sudden, no matter what's going on in your story, like all of a sudden, change it up. Wherever your atmosphere is, the opposite of that. You know what I'm saying? If it's nice and bright and reverby, dry as a bone right in your face, opposites work, man. Love it. That way it'll feel super different when you bring it back to wherever, the chorus is or whatever you're doing. There's no rules here. You could go from the bridge back to the verse. You can go from the bridge to the chorus. You do whatever you want there. Here we go. Danny Lyrica, a track without a bridge is like a hyperactive child. You mean it's just like going and doesn't stop, and you try to give it ADHD meds or whatever, ADD meds, whatever the Ritalin. You try to give it something and to calm it down and nothing works. I can understand that thought process. GDP says 25,000 feet MSL. Nice. GDP, when you roll on an airplane, do you have flight tools with you to tell you stuff? Like, do you bring anything that tells you anything about, I don't know. I feel like you have an app on your phone or an Apple Watch that tells you how fast you're going at all times or something. Danny Lyrica, a week ago I was 35,000. Ooh. Are we talking about how high up you are? MSL, is that like leagues under the sea? This is the airline version of that. Big Mac Miller says a slam death metal snare drum style hit would be ace as a layer on all these hits. Look it up. A slam death metal snare drum. Yeah, I guess. I mean, a reverb piccolo. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you're mixing, it's just not your job to make decisions like that. I look at it like do no harm is a big part of it. And I've made a lot of creative decisions before that some would be received well, some would be received not well. And you just are always going out on a limb every time you do that. So it better mean something to you. In other words, if I thought of that it needed this in some place, I might go out on a limb to do it because I'm telling myself I need to, this part is not enough without something, so I gotta throw it in. But, if I don't feel that I don't take the risk because it's a risk. Every time you add something that wasn't there before, it's a risk. And what I've also noticed is the more established the artist or producer is that you're working with, the less you can really add. Because they just don't want it. They didn't hire you to add. They hired you to put together what was there. And that's a very different thing. So if you have if you're working with guys that are, higher up, do less is always going to be your motto. I need a t-shirt that says freaking do less. Somebody hook that up. Anybody make t-shirts over there? What's good? Braxel one says, go watch Cowboy Kent Rollins. He shows you how to make the most crispiest onion rings. Dude. You're hilarious. We need to keep 25,000 to 30,000 because the flight is so short, 250 miles. Then once you've climbed and you're about to begin descent. Oof. Other complaints take over, have turbulence. You guys are nutty out there. He's a real cowboy that makes good onion rings. Yep. He cooks outdoors. You guys are hilarious with this. I remember I had a Cactus Jack or Blooming Onion ring. One of my buses is called Cactus Jack, so I'm with you on that one, Danny. I remember he had a Cactus Jack or Blooming Onion ring at Texas Roadhouse. Honestly, don't sleep on Outback Steakhouse. I know these chains kind of change hands through time and stuff, but Outback Steakhouse is on my list of like if I'm traveling somewhere, driving across the U.S. and I see one and I'm hungry, it's a pretty good shot I might stop there. Pretty good shot. Braxel, I'm happy you dig it, brother. Danny's saying, man, I'm such a fat ass. The mix sounds like it goes well with anything, to be honest. I appreciate that. It's a good thing. Maybe this can be played in like malls or something. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I think that's a good, anything that can have some sort of appeal is good. I don't care what the appeal, where the appeal. I don't, even if it's at a children's school, like even if it's the perfect theme song for some, show about micro machines, anything would be cool. It's like, you never know what's going to work for what, so you just make what you can make and then roll with it. I really like this song. I think the songwriting's great. Nick has a tendency to really play the notes that elicit emotion, and he doesn't like overplay. He's not the type of dude to just freaking, shred for no reason. If he's shredding, it's for a reason. He's he's full of intention with the way he plays. So it always translates, in my opinion, for people to feel it and like it. I hope so, Danny. And Brax was, yeah, that mix sounds real pro. I appreciate that. Brax, you're the man, dude. I appreciate your gold clip talk because you're also the man simultaneously. Danny Lyrica, GDP's talking about mean sea level. That's MSL. For everyone watching on your scorecards, if you had us talking about mean sea level on your bingo cards tonight, well, guess what? You might have just won a Do Less t-shirt. On the plane I boarded, I was able to see the speed, height, and whatever other stats along with the GPS. Oh, that's pretty cool. GDP, let us know. How does a phone really interfere with the plane's yada yada, or is that nonsense? Does a phone really, do we need to shut the phones off on takeoff and landing? Tell us something we need to know. That's a question I think we all need to know. GDP Japan talked about just drop Oxford compressor and set all the values to max. I think you mean inflator. Yeah, Oxford inflator. I love Longhorn Steakhouse. So when you're using a CG2, let's talk about it. In my opinion, it's a safe move to never go above 9 o'clock. Never go above that. It's been a rare case where I've turned up above it. You can, but what I'm saying is if you want it to be just kind of a safety net for you at the end of your track, the density knob is really cool. It's a really interesting thickening device. I don't know how it's doing it. I don't know why it's doing it, but I like it. But I like it used sparingly. Like that, I can't stress that enough. I never really bring it above 9 o'clock on either knob.
They seem to be, don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
So what we're rolling with now is no emphasis at all, and the filter, a little bit of a push at 20, or a little bit of a smiley face action happening here.
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
But I like rolling the top of the smiley off.
They seem to be.
Because if we were to boost this a lot, like let's just for argument's sake, I'm going to show you what I mean. Ready?
They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry time keeps passing by. Even though they lightning struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, what it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it. Don't have to worry at all. 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 Don't have to worry Whatever you're growing through, let the light guide you don't have to worry at all. They seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Worry.
If you're curious, why did I switch to the analog one too? Because that's my Bluetooth speaker on my desk. The Bluetooth speaker is my second set of monitors. And the reason I like it is because it's so out of the way compared to anything else. And it's also all coming from one place. So it's a very different thing than having like another set of monitors. And I have a weird theory on that anyway. Putting up another set of monitors would block my main monitors. And I think that's a dumb move. And it's even more dumb to make the position of my main monitors worse to be able to accommodate a pair of small monitors. So it's like everything's a compromise. Every move you make is a compromise. Everything you buy is a compromise. Every time you twist a knob, it's a compromise. Every single thing. So for me, it's a compromise to have not a small set of speakers that I, trust and am familiar with, but it's also a compromise to put those up. It's both simultaneously, compromise either way. It's enough to make your head spin. So it's like those speakers would have to be in not the right position to not block my main monitors. Ridiculous. So anyway, my solution is not to use them. Have a separate speaker that barely takes up any room off to the side that gives me the way a lot of people are going to listen to the music, which is on a Bluetooth speaker. So it really helps. And it's not like a world-beating Bluetooth speaker. It's just your typical old, run-of-the-mill speaker. It does the trick. And then this is my third set. Or maybe this is number 2, and that's number 3. So I've got 3 ways of listening. And right now, I was just debating changing that 200 push. I mentioned this before, but keep this in mind. Far too many people boost like 50 hertz or 30 or 40 hertz because they think that's where the low-end power comes from. That's just the sub-octave. And if you've put enough sub-octave in the track, doing that again on your mix is going to double up whatever you've done already. And at some point, since those frequencies are the biggest, they take up all the room in the speaker, and they actually make the rest of the speaker sound worse if you push too much of them in through a speaker that can't even handle it. So the Bluetooth speaker is a good tell for me over when I have like too much on the low end front. But specifically, if I were to boost something in the lows on a mix bus, if you've seen any of my mixes before, I like 200 hertz as a little bit of a boost. And then I kind of have the thing rocking right now where it's not a shelf on the backside. It's a rounded bell, and then I'm cutting 150. So I'm cutting below my boost around 150 to clear up a little bit of dirt down there, but just it's not much. It's like 1 dB. It's really slight. And then I'm boosting 2 dB. Even though it says 4, it's divided in half because of where this thing is set. And I'm always rolling off like 20 hertz on the bottom and 20K on the top. Not always on the top. If I was going to say what I do less, it's either I would turn this 20K on or off depending on what I think it needs. But I like to be able to crank the music up and not have a lot of these super high frequencies trickling down, into the frequencies we actually can hear and ruining how bright stuff is. It's like, some people can hear 20K, and rolling off 20K is actually a good thing in a lot of cases. And on a lot of mixes, it can be a really good thing. I find it just clears things up a bit.
Morning, the rain came pouring, thought, how will I stay dry? When the bills are due, and we still need food, and time keeps passing by. Even though they lightning struck and until you jumped for cover, and your piece was burned.
The other thing you should think about is by adding these, like that's what analog gear does just by running through the transformers. In 95% of cases, you're basically going to be taking out bottom and top end just by running through the gear. So why not give yourself a similar thing just by enacting filters on stuff that have them? I don't know why anybody wouldn't. It's just sometimes it doesn't sound as good, so you take it off. But in this song, I already experimented and left it on because I kind of liked it.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have.
GDP saying a phone won't, but 350 phones on and going crazy trying to find cell coverage that can mess with a few things. Interesting. Braxel's asking, can you A-B that Chris Geringer plug-in? Why is it $179? Isabel wants to help mix the song. Isabel the dog. The CG2. Let's talk about it. I really like it. I really like it because it's just the right amount of visual. Like, I don't even look at the numbers on top because they don't even, for some reason, there's some weird glitchy bug thing. I got to talk to the guys about this. They're very receptive. It's on my to-do list. I just haven't done it yet. I got to find out why this thing is about 3 dB different than the thing on my desk. Don't really understand why the clarity is more accurate than this. But so take this out of the game because this is visual, but I don't look at it because it's wrong. It's just got no visual. So all ears, and then it's a thickener and a loudness. The loudness, I don't know how it must do something, not with parallel really, because it doesn't sound more compressed. However, if you do enact like this negative 0.1 dB thing, the limiter, there is a limiter in it. So that does actually have an effect on the sound. There is a limiter in it. And it's kind of just, I found it to be sort of the least abrasive of things I might put on there when I don't want extra color, when I don't want a limiter to give me its nice, its colorful thing. A Pro L2 on transparent mode might be okay too, but I really like this plugin. The Pro L2 is almost too visual for me. I hate visuals. And I find they impact what I do. I can't not look at them, or I try my best not to look at them, and I look at them anyway. And they're giving me information that I'm forced to deal with. Whereas this doesn't give you that. You just listen. It's so much better. And that's something I like about it. But also, let's listen to it.
Worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to.
I hear so much of a limiter that's working but doesn't seem to be negatively impacting the sound the way some other limiters might, or severely coloring the sound in a way some other limiters might. Every limiter has an effect, and it's not like it's totally just a ghost and you'll never hear it, but it's just not as bad as others. That's what I would say. So, like, I would say all limiters are kind of whack, but this one is the least bad to me. And it really does the trick of what I'm trying to do here, which is just tag team it with the tube and increase the density of the track a little bit while simultaneously not ruining the dynamics of what's there. And I feel like I get that out of this.
Worry at all. Worry at all. No, no, no. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't.
It's mainly turning the volume up is mainly what it's doing, and the density being set so low, it's like I could mess with that so you can hear what the two things are doing.
Worry at all. Worry at all. No, no, no. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to.
It's definitely adding saturation to the track a bit, which is thickening it up. If I recall, there was a video done by the Australian dude, Panorama something or other, where he was like talking about the difference between with this on and without it, and it was almost this like imperceptible bit of distortion added when you turn this up, and it was, it's definitely something that was helping the track, but it was weird that would make things sound more dense, but it was working, and that's what I feel. It's like I don't know how it works or what it's doing under the hood, but it's very cool. And the littlest bit goes a long way. It's like a devil lock where you don't need to use much. That's why I say 9 o'clock is usually the maximum I'll roll to when I use it in this context. And I'm keeping, the loudness kind of low and the density kind of low. So now let's listen to it with the density off and the loudness.
Worry at all. Worry at all. No, no, no. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be.
Really does, I mean, this is one of those plugins where you should not even use it if you're one of these people who wants your stuff to be super loud, and that's why you want it, because you'll make everything too loud. Like, you have to use this stuff sparingly or you'll just freaking nuke everything. So I'm just keeping it super sparing, and that's the way I like to use it most of the time.
Worry at all. Worry at all. No, no, no. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
The filter is something to do with like a 2 hertz filter or something to account for DC, and it's super low in the frequency spectrum to just account for any weird rumble that's like way below what you would want anyway. So a lot of times I roll with the filter on, the true peak on or off, depending on, just how necessary I feel it is to turn this on. And usually I don't, but it's hit or miss. If I turn it on and I notice the music sounds worse, I'll keep it off. It's not so much about, I've mentioned before, I really don't give a toot about the true peak most of the time. So I don't find it to be valuable for what we're doing. I find it's just a nonsense bullshit thing people started talking about. At some point, it just became in fashion to talk about it, and it's ridiculous. It's nobody gave a shit about True Peak on all the records that were made prior to people saying your True Peak needs to be below a certain amount because, you know, of the digital medium and the playback on the yada yada. Why do all the songs that were recorded before that, where nobody gave a toot about freaking True Peak, why do they all sound amazing on all those platforms? Because even with the volume normalization off, why? Because the True Peak doesn't matter. And if you were to look at what those tracks are doing, they're all true peaking over 0. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's true peaking on a snare drum or the crack of a hit of some kind, because that's so quick anyway that sound is, it sounds crunchy anyway. It's part of the sound already. So you'll never notice a true peak being a problem there. But, you know, if your track is clipping over 0 on things that are holding a note that have some longevity, like a guitar or a bass, you probably notice it more, or a vocal. But if it's just on a transient, you won't notice it. So if the mix is done well enough, I think the true peak doesn't matter. But then if you were to really break it down, it matters if it wasn't done well. If something is, and what I'm saying is with or without true peak on, you would notice the problem in your DAW long before it goes to any platforms where it gets fed back to you. That problem exists there. It doesn't just exist on the platform. So if you fix it in your DAW, even if the true peak's over 0, then you won't hear it in your DAW and you won't hear it on the platforms. It's not like it shows up on the platforms but doesn't in your DAW. That's my theory on it.
Worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be.
And if I'm not mistaken, this thing's about 3 dB off. Absolutely, 100%. I know it is. When I measured this last time, I think I measured it, and it said, this is our last mix. I think it said the true peak was like, I didn't have a true peak meter on at all, and I measured it. What was it? Look at where the true peak is, negative 0.8 dB, and that's with no true peak limiting on at all. That's what I'm talking about, kind of, is, you know, I have all this room in the true peak that it doesn't really need to be on, probably even now after we've added all the saturation. Maybe it might, but I don't think it does, because I think we're probably still, even without the true peak meter, probably still below it. I don't know. We'll find out after we print it. Like I said, it doesn't even matter. Don't sweat it. The tube, you know, because I've lowered the output a little bit, we're probably surely below it. You know, don't call me Shirley. We're surely below it. GDP was talking about Leslie Nielsen the other day. Freaking treasure that dude is, man. That dude's a treasure, Leslie Nielsen, bro. All right, let's talk about it. Praxel saying, hear what it's doing. It's affecting all the ranges. I like how it sounds. I agree with you, Evan. Yep, thank you, man. Praxel saying, it sounds thicker to me. That's what's up. The density is the perfect word to describe this, even though it doesn't do it in a way that you would think it's doing it. Like what the dude on that panoramic video did. He took a track without it and then added the density and then, you know, inverted the phase so he could hear the difference. And the difference was mainly just like little bits of distortion. That was it. Which is weird, but cool. Weird and cool nonetheless. Is it distorting past 9? No, I wouldn't say it distorts past 9. I think it's a symptom of the fact that I usually mix pretty hot. Like my mixes wind up being, like we saw just now, the one from last time, was like negative 10-ish LUFS with a negative 0.8 true peak. So I'm way below on the true peak, but I'm also, like that mix was pretty hot. So once you're hitting negative 10 and then you want to add a little tube on it, which is going to bring the RMS up a bit, and then you want to add the CG2. By the time I get to the CG2, I can never really crank stuff up because I'm already there. Whereas if you were even more conservative with the level and you were at negative 14 or something, then when you were to boost stuff, you might be able to go a little harder on it before it starts to crap out on you. But, if you've already kind of created a thing that's dense and thick, and then you try to add this, you can't get away with much. That's kind of how I think about it. Is like, if I were to just throw this on, with just like a bus comp and maybe the mic DSP and this, no inflator, no ATR 102, no sidecar, no tube, I could probably get away with more on this, but I don't see it being a benefit because I have way more control over those other things. So like the EQ factor and the color of that sidecar gives me something, inflator gives me something, tube gives me something. This, this density knob isn't a fix for those things. It's not going to give you everything those things do by cranking the density up. So for me, it's like the least obtrusive is a little bit of this, and then I'm satisfied. And I usually leave it on negative 0.1.
Things ain't right on my day. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be.
Later, Danny. Thanks for stopping by, brother. I appreciate you doing it, my friend. As usual, you're the man. Take it easy. Good sleeps over there. Thanks for hitting the like button, stopping by, being part of our thing, man. You're one of the engineers we love to see over here. So thank you for rolling through.
Light on my day. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't
And like I said, this means nothing. I am so far above what this number is, but I also don't give a crap about volume. I just can't figure out how to make that right. I can't figure out how to make it right. Like, it's not set right no matter what I do. But that's a bug. It's got to be a bug. It's just got to be a bug.
and your piece was burned straight through. How will I stay dry? That is what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry? When the bills are due and we still need food, and time keeps passing by. Even though they like it struck in an instant, and you jumped for cover, and your piece was burned straight through.
If anybody has questions, let me know. If you're dealing with the tube and you want more tape, you just juice this part of it. See how it says 121% tape? I can juice, and now I'm sitting up here at some 200% tape, and it gets thicker, and you see it. That's just a cool visual way to know how much you're getting. And then if I go back. The same with tube. Juice the tube, you get up there, 200% tube. It gets nice and thick on you. For whatever reason, this felt right in this song, which is the way I use it in a mastering context is much more delicately than I would if it was in a mix. So that's the Bluetooth speakers telling me that things are kind of okay. I'm going to go to my headphones now.
Thought, how will I stay dry? When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though they lightning struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose?
I love the thickness of it. That's the thing. It's really adding a lot to the thickness. That little bit of like 20 hertz love is doing wonders.
Thought, how will I stay dry? When the bills are due.
Because it's not just 20, it's saturating the whole frequency spectrum in the low mids all the way on down. And then again, it's saturating some of the top end too. So I'm going to do what I did here with the flavor of the vocal. So that means I'm taking out the double from being on every word so we can be a little tasteful with it. Braxel saying, "Mix sounds so good with a great song." I'm going to let Nick know you think it's an awesome song because I agree, dude. You use bias on tube? I do. I feel like the bias is your solution for making the thing feel a little more like, a little more magnetic. I don't know what the right word is to describe bias necessarily, but I use it on the sidecar and I use it on tube. It's like a way to, you notice how I'll crank the bias up and I'll lower my input. I crank the bias up a little bit. It always just feels like I'm getting more, of an imprint on the tape or in the gear. I'm getting a little more out of it when that happens. It's just how it feels to me. Things, if you hit it too hard with that, it could blurry up all crazy on you. But I do like to hit them with some bias. Yeah, tube is great anywhere, kick, snare, whatever, because you can dial in the saturation. I really like other things, though, probably more on kick and snare. But tube could work everywhere. It's just I don't usually think of it that way. I think of tube as a stereo mix bus process. I don't know why. That's just always how I've done it. When I throw tube on like a kick, I'm much more likely to throw the Studer on a kick or something like, the SPL twin tube on a kick or Spectre. If I really want to get surgical with where I'm putting saturation and mix and blend saturation types on certain frequencies specifically, I really like Spectre for that. I don't think there's a better solution than Spectre for that. But a lot of times you don't need to be that specific. You just want to throw the, SPL twin tube on and crank it, and now you're good. So sometimes it's about shortest route to the solution, and sometimes it's about getting specific. Tube is good if you want to get specific, but for me, it's almost too specific that I just would rather put it on the freaking, I'd rather just put it on the mix bus and deal with it only there. Because I have a tendency to do too much with it when I put it anywhere else because you can do so freaking much with it. Like way more than all the other plugins I just described, which could be good. The way Charles Dye's using tube first, tape last, you could do all that right on the freaking plugin. The only thing is you can't really insert like another EQ and another compressor in between them. So you'd have to wind up using two instances of tube, one for tape, then whatever you want in your whole signal chain, then another one for the, tape, one for tube, one for tape with whatever you want in between, which would be crazy. I don't know how CPU heavy or intensive it is, but I wouldn't do that. It's like I'd use other things probably. All right, so before I get distracted, I'm going up to do that tasteful vocal thing. So where are we? We were somewhere here.
'Cause I know that there's a way.
So you're putting it, I know that there's a way. I want the, I know that there's a way. Like the there's a way seems like the part everyone would chime in on,
'Cause I know that there's a way.
I love that.
That God will shine his light on my days. That God,
Maybe on Light on My Day.
that God will shine his light on my days.
To me, it's just, it has more impact like that. And you don't have to take it all out. You can take just a little out.
That God will shine his light on my days. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. That God will shine his light on my days.
You could fade it in.
That God will shine his light on my days.
To me, that's cool. I don't want to hear it the whole time. I think it takes away from the lead, and our connection with the lead vocal gets diminished when you have a double constantly on it. That's not a good move.
Things ain't bad as what they.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Everyone's going to come together there. If there were backup singers, this is what they would do. They wouldn't sing every line. The lead guy would take the role, and then they would just hook him up with some thickening.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
Don't have to worry at all. Maybe that line we leave it.
Don't have to worry at all.
Or don't have to worry at all. Maybe just on the worry at all. I mean, there's no limit to how you could break this up. It's just how creative are you and what works in your head.
Don't have to worry at all.
I kind of like that.
To worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
it just takes away from stuff. So I'm just going to lower this a little.
Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad as what they seem to.
And maybe this line here. Hollywood Puppets. What's going on, Hollywood Puppets? And we got Brian Piontek 6113 in the house. What's poppin', Brian? Dude, many thanks for sparking that amazing conversation on our last stream, because I really was able to take that and I think clear up a lot of stuff that I think needed to be cleared up, and I'd never seen a video on it, so I really want to appreciate that those logs you threw on the fire in the last one, which would basically, spark that whole idea for me. So thank you. That was awesome. And Hollywood Puppets talking about, yo, should I record close to 0 dB? Not Hollywood Puppets again? This freaking guy. Was this him last time? I think so, right? Was that you? Was that you talking about this crazy stuff? There is no should. Don't ask me should. What does that mean, should? Define should, will ya? What is should? Yo, should I? Define that. My instruments peak just under punk rock. Don't really care anymore. I don't know, dude. Somebody define should. Hollywood, define should.
Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No. Things ain't bad.
I love this little no. I just want no up a little. There's so much personality on the no. I want more of that.
What they seem to be.
And on the B, seem to be. I actually grabbed the wrong word, but I liked it because this.
Is what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry. No.
Here's our no. There's so much personality on that. Bring it out. Bring it out then. Feeling like I walk no feeling like. You guys know that song? Bounce. Come on. Bounce.
Things ain't bad as what.
We need this. No. To me, all the personality is literally in this line. This is where it's a lost opportunity to connect with the vocalist if you don't hook them up. And then once we do, we got to lower back to this stratosphere because there's a breath here. And we're just boosting the volume of the freaking breath at that point.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to
Now you could automate this with a fader or whatnot, but I'm not gonna. I'm just doing it by hand.
worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Now right here,
Don't have to worry at all.
I'm debating if I should do
Don't have to worry at all.
if I should just do a little bit of a removal of stuff here.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Like on this keyboard, whatever's playing, it's mostly just this. Like this. Check me out, right? This kind of thing.
Don't have to worry at all.
You know, just to give it like a little more emphasis. I could put this on a better spot.
Don't have to worry at all.
It's actually not the track.
Don't have to worry at all.
It's this one. Now, this is one of those things that's super easy to undo if you wanted to. Like, I'm going to go for it because I think it might help the track. But I could always take this out if somebody didn't like it. But I love it with it. I think this space is going to help.
Don't have to worry at all.
Because it'll just, the chorus now is going to have more impact. We're going to leave that slide because I'm a guitarist and that's where the money lies. But we also want this keyboard thing to do a similar thing as this because I think both of these coming out could be cool. Let's take them both out.
Don't have to worry at all.
You know what I'm saying? A little of that kind of a juice. Juice that. Juice it. Juice it. What do we got? We got, all right, here we go. There we go. Now you're on to it, Hollywood Puppets. We got Brian Piontek saying, "Yo, bro, could you do a tutorial on your streaming setup? Been messing around with it, and it's glitchy city. Talk to me about that, bro." You know how long it took me to figure that out? I should charge thousands for that because of how long I spent figuring out the glitchiness. Man, I'll give you the quick Cliff's Notes on it. Don't use OBS. There you go. Game over. Are you using a Mac or are you using a PC? If you're using a Mac, man, don't use OBS. It's great software, but once you start to try to work that in tandem with Pro Tools and a 4K camera and a second 4K camera, like, good luck. All I could tell you is good luck. Because without Pro Tools, I think it would work swimmingly. Like, people who do podcasts on 4K, and a lot of them use OBS. But once you start to try to run a program that needs to work like Pro Tools, which is a lot. There's a lot going on. Any DAW, not just Pro Tools. There's so much visual going on. There's so, like, for the graphics card, there's so much, every knob twist, it has to be super quick, like no latency reactive. You can't do that in freaking open software nonsense. It's not going to work. The best way to handle it is to use full screen on your setup, which I don't do all the time. When I'm in Ecamm, I forget to do it because I use Ecamm Live now. That's what I had to do because there's no glitchiness. It was glitch city the other way. And the only workaround is you got to use full screen because then the dedicating processing power changes in your machine and makes it where it puts priorities on different things as soon as you go full screen. That's why gamers and stuff, if you are trying to capture your screen and have it be like no lag and stuff, you got to use full screen because it changes the allocation of processing power. It's the same thing with Pro Tools. I found that helped, but it wasn't a total fix. It helped a little bit, just didn't help all the way, which is why I had to go a different way with it. But yeah, they got a 30-day trial and stuff so you could try it. You got to pay for it, unfortunately, but like everything else in life, you get what you pay for.
Don't have to. Don't have.
Why can't it be free and work perfectly? Aw, man. Trust me, I know how you feel, dude. You didn't say that, but that's the voice in my head. Not your voice. That's the voice I hear when I, wanted OBS to work. I was like, man, why can't this just work? And I wasted days trying to get it to work. me and GDP tried every setting under the freaking sun. Nothing worked. So that's how I know it has nothing to do with the settings. Like zero to do with the settings. Zero. It's just the fact that you're trying to do a lot and it's not possible.
Don't have to. Don't have to.
I love using the tools like this for the fades because I feel like I can get so much. I can get like 12 different solutions of possibilities just by pulling and dragging.
Don't have to.
Like that sounds like a more natural stop, time, place, and everything. And it's all a symptom of the fade too, not just cutting off.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to. Don't have to worry at all.
You know, and if I want more out of this one, I pull that more, and you actually get more.
Don't have to. Don't have to.
Like, look at, it's subtle, but the wave looks different, so I know I'm getting a different thing. You see this? Just by pulling it more, watch what happens. You see how that dot pops up, this little tiny dot? You could tell if it's bigger, easier. Look. See how the waveform subtly changes? Just by pulling on it. That's why there's nothing better than doing these kind of things. It subtly changes every time you pull on it. Freaking love that.
Don't have to. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Yeah, Hollywood Puppets. There's no right answer, just preference. I knew you'd get there, bud. The only answer is best practices. If you're asking me, would I can give you an answer. But if you're asking should, I can't give you an answer. It's would I do it? No. I don't know what you're even talking about. Like, in other words, when most people record, you leave headroom regardless of whether you're hitting a compressor or not. Your goal is not to get to 0 dB full scale. Nothing's better because it's as loud as it can possibly be. Does that make sense? It's only better if it's a better performance and the recording sounds good. Then that's better than a recording that sounds bad and a performance that's worse. So better, also subjective, but that's the answer. I would not look at things like you got to get up to the top 0 dB. Your meter should be in the center, dude. In the center. Watch that video if you haven't seen it. I dropped a video specifically on this talking about mixing, but apply what I'm saying there to recording as well. Stay in the green, and the green part of your meter is like between -14 and -22 dB full scale. It's super conservative, bruh. Nobody records at the top who knows what they're doing. So when you ask like what I should do, or I don't know about you, what I would do is record conservatively where even with compression, it's still going to sit where I just described. And I lower my output on whatever's feeding my converter until that happens. Because like I said, you ain't winning nothing by being as loud as you can possibly be. It doesn't make anything sound better. I love that slide too, man. That's a good call. Hollywood Puppets loves the slide on the... I love that. Braxel wrote, the guitar slide is great. Please do not mess with it. Oh, I ain't touching that guitar slide. What, you kidding? What, you crazy? There ain't no piano solo. There's a guitar solo. Dude, I'm happy I could help, Hollywood Puppets. I hope that helps. It's all good, dude. I figured you might have been sauced up a little. Brian Piontek saying you hit the nail on the head. OBS is junk. That's, you know, I have no problem with free software. It worked for me for years. It got my YouTube channel started. So I can't clown on it. It's just once I tried to really use it for what I wanted, I couldn't do it. I couldn't use 4K and I couldn't do a 2-camera setup. As soon as I wanted that, it was out. But prior to that, it was okay. It was okay for videos and stuff. Yeah. Sauce ain't the move, Hollywood puppets. Yep. OBS was the nightmare for me. Running Pro Tools 96 kilohertz while streaming in 4K was a nightmare. Yep. But I think when we tried it running 48K, I think it was also equally a nightmare. I don't think that solved anything, to be honest. What do you think about Tyler the Creator mixes? I practiced it. Sounds good to me. Okay, man. Cool. I'm happy I could help. I can't weigh in on Tyler the Creator mixes. I'm not sure who mixes his stuff.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay dry? When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose? Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
I freaking love that slide. Let's see if we can juice a little more goose out of the slide. That means make it louder so nobody sweat. Don't sweat, because we're about to make a slide louder.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay?
Now, sometimes, if you want to try a different setting out, just create a duplicate of the plugin, obviously, and then inactivate it. And what I do is I know my first thing I had is always on top, so I never have to think which was first. I create a method like this, so I know, like, if I wanted to go in and experiment with something, like maybe boost some 500 hertz or something, I could do it and then not worry about it. But a lot of times what I'll do is just leave that plugin on the way it was, right? So we'll go back to our original just so there's no confusion, and then add another EQ to boost that middle section, like maybe a 550A or 550B or something like that. Or even a 560 or something. Like in my head, there's room in our mix a little for this to be a little thicker. I just don't know if that's going to be a benefit or not yet. So I'm going to see what we do. Like, let's jump into a 560. Sure. And you see the 31, 63, 125, 250, $500 boost right here. $500. It's our 500 hertz boost. Just a little 500 hertz love in there, you know what I'm saying? Now, that just comes from doing this for a long freaking time. I hear, and knowing my speakers, actually. When I hear that, I'm just like, it would be cool to have more. I know on guitar, the best part of the guitar to boost when you want more thump and lows on it is not like 100. For me, it's just not. It's not. It's 400 to 500 usually, or like that's 6-ish, 4 to 6, I'd say, and it's usually 5, that sweet spot where I can get the guitar to be more powerful. It can get too muddy if you overdo it, but when you're listening and thinking this is too scooped, get in there, rock that 500 up. I'm telling you, I love some 400 on guitars. I love to turn an SSL channel strip on the lows, crank to the highest you can get on the low band, which is 400, and rock that. I've always loved that. And whenever I would see people like focus on 100 or 150, I would always think, man, that's just like, it could be okay to do that in some circumstances, but that's never the part of the guitar that I like need more of. The way I hear music, I want more of the body of it. I don't want more of like the lowest part of it. I don't know. It's just how I've always felt. I always feel like if you're listening to a band live and there's not enough like 500 in the guitar or 800, even anywhere from 4 to 6, if there's not enough of that, it feels freaking thin. And you could boost a ton of 100 hertz, but it's just, unless you're doing like, I don't know, some really specific genre that's super okay with having no, guff, no beef, no huff, no hefty trash bags. If you're good with that, I don't know if I'm good with that. I want some guff. Boom. 500, boys. What do we got? Braxel got some new tubes in the mail today for Rev. A 1972 50-watt Marshall. Nice, dude. I love an old school Marshall. Yeah, Hollywood, go for it, bro. Break the rules until you realize what you want to do different, and then unbreak the rules. You got this. I have faith, dude. Hollywood, are you okay? Are you okay, Hollywood? Ecamm is only for Mac 11 and later. I'm stuck on 10.15 on a gifted laptop from our bass player. Oh, man. You might be bunk on that. I bought the new Friedman Jose last year in June. I was one of the first on the wait list, and man, it's such a great amp. I have the 45th one made. Sick, dude. Sick. Brian Piontek, any suggestions for Windows? I don't. I haven't. I try to avoid touching Windows computers if I can help it. I try not to go near them. Once you've used a Mac for long enough, when you just use a Windows computer again, you're just like, why are you organized like this? You just get pissed off. That's what happens to me. Just get upset by it. Does that slide come more out the right speaker? It might. Yeah, because the channel is sort of tilted. It does. And I sort of left that as I was given it, rather than like make it the same. Why? There's no reason to make that. This is how I was given it, and it's cool, so I left it. I left Windows a long time ago, or Windows left me. Now I can go Pro because I use a Mac and Pro. GDP knows the deal. Windows is just not where it's at. Brax was talking about, you're right, 400 to 500 on guitars and some 2.5Ks. Yeah, the top is going to be different depending on what you're doing and what kind of guitar it is and what kind of amp it is. There's been plenty of situations where I've recorded guitars and not touched the EQ at all on the top. At all. Because I felt like it was bright enough based on the mic choice, the mic placement, the guitar amp, how it was set, that a function of the fact that it's the bridge pickup on a freaking Strat or something. There's a lot of reasons why you might not touch the top end at all. Like, and when I say top end, I mean high, mids, and up. Whereas you might want more body on those. That's way more common. To get a guitar where you're like, I need to add some body, and like you said, boom, 400 to 500. But yeah, if you got a well-balanced guitar sound and it's just you want add a little hair on top, I like boosting over it, like 8K. It's really like you're going to boost like 5K and 4K to get a little of the hair and fizzle on it. But getting above it on a shelf can be really nice, or even on a bell on like an E channel or something. You get the bell on and just sort of boost a little hair on top, and the low end. Sometimes that's all you need. When I say low end, low mids, 400, 500, that part. The low endish part of the guitar that's actually the meat. I like that a lot. But this isn't to say that anyone else is wrong who does anything else, because I've seen plenty of people look to like 150, 200 on their guitars for when they want the beef. I just think it's above that. For me, the way I hear a guitar, I want it more above that. Audio Movers was cool. Brian Piontek says Audio Movers was cool. Drop the VST in the DAW and boom, audio. Tried this with the replug-in restream, but couldn't route it anywhere ex post facto. Yeah, Audio Mover's been around a long time, and I haven't used it because I kind of fell in love with using Source Nexus. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is the company is great, and the support is great, and I've, at this point, anytime I had an issue with anything with it, I was always able to get the issue resolved quickly, and I felt like they really take care of their customers. So I was always, customer service goes a long way for me, and I felt like Source Nexus is always taking care of me, so I've been using them for a long time. I still use it on every video I've ever made uses it, because that's how I route audio out of Pro Tools and into whatever I'm using. It was first OBS, and then it's now Ecamm, but Source Nexus has been the answer. That's why that plugin always resides on the back of my mix bus. And, I use it for everything, including when I give lessons and stuff. It's the answer. It's always the answer. GDP with the rules are meant to be broken. That's why the DOJ, that's what I agree on the top end on guitars. It all depends. 100%. Sorry for the sidetrack. Resume the mix. Thanks for the advice. No problem, dude. Hollywood puppets. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind over there.
You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. The breeze. You were born free.
I'm actually going to add a similar thing to this guitar. I want it because the guitars are so sparse. They're really only here.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by? Even though the light is short in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up.
I'm actually already boosting it here. You see my 440 hertz boost? So that actually already existed on this one. That's why it felt a little overwhelming when I added it, and that's why I took it down a bit. Keep in mind, this middle line is 6 dB. It's very deceiving, this plugin, but it's the best way for people, I find, to realize that volume is all EQ is. It's just a fader horizontal, but it's still just your only volume deal. You're dealing with only volume. It's the least obtrusive thing you could do. It's also, in the scheme of processing for a plugin or anything, hardware plugin, whatever, it's the least obtrusive thing you could do to the signal, but it's still going to shift stuff a little, but nobody really cares unless it's a multi-mic thing. It really has no effect whatsoever. But you should look at this as just so gentle. When you just click it up a couple, you're really getting a lot out of it because, like I said, halfway is 6 dB. That's a lot.
The bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though the light is short in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry?
just has more thunder now. We brought the thunder out of it. And little tiny moves. That's what I mean by finishing touches. It's so nice to do this on a day with fresh ears. Once you've fattened up whatever you wanted to fatten up. Like in our case, we fattened up our mix bus a little bit. Kind of in a mastering sense. All we did was add these 2 plugins to the end of it. And then I was like, you know what? I want a little more guff. So we guffed up. What up, Nick? What's poppin', Nick? How we doing over there? We're just doing our final finishing touches on this track, giving a little oomph for the pump. And it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Just hitting those couple things here and there, little final finishing touches. We added a little bit of sweetening. That's about it. And a little bit of sauce. Just want a little more of these. These are probably all on. I could do it down here instead. Yeah, that'll do. Don't have to worry at all. I know you're having fun, Hollywood, but take it easy over there, bro. Take it easy, Hollywood. The official Nick Desouza squad. Hollywood Puppets is out of control, dude. We got a candidate for Ritalin in here. That's 100%. Talking about record at 0 dB and stuff. Do. Uh-oh, he's got to get more crazy, dude. Nah, you're good, bro. Yo, make more amazing punk music, Hollywood, all right? Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing, bro. Thanks for stopping by. You're awesome. Do your stuff. That's good. That's good. Keep it clean over there. Bringing the personality out of the vocal by the little tails at the end that are all the personality lies in. I gotta juice those. See, there's so much personality in the ends of the lines that I'm very tempted to juice them.
The rain came pouring, thought how will I stay dry?
think that's too much. Gotta lower it to know where you're at.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay? Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought how will I stay dry? When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though the light is short in an instant and you jumped for cover and your peace was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up.
Hit the like button, Hollywood Puppets. Do something useful over there. You're awesome. Thanks for being part of this thing. Do your thing, bro. Make more punk music. Go easy on your converters.
Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Whatever you're growing through, let the light guide you Whatever you're growing through, let the light guide you Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
GDP's home! GDP, you've been stuck in that airport for like 28 hours, bro. Finally home. They got to make a teleport already. This is nonsense. What are we even doing over here?
Guide you through.
Might as well tame that a little bit at the end, just a little bit. There's nothing else playing, so that guitar doesn't need to come off and rip our faces off. All right, guys, we're nearing the end of what I would consider necessary moves. Just going to hit this keys maybe a touch. Boy, do I want to turn this filter freak on. And I know it's so funny how sometimes the same things mentally come up that, like, when I sit here, I go, like, there's a filter freak here because I was playing, the same thing bothered me before. That's how you know something is bothering you, because you could ignore it, and then later the same freaking thing will be like, why? Like, I got to fix that. It's like, oh, I put this here because it was already bothering me, and then I decided to ignore it. So we may try a different thing this time instead of this, but like maybe I'll just put a freaking, let's do what we did before. That was kind of cool. Let's put an API 560 on it and just kind of round the top off, and maybe we'll automate this thing in. Because without the EQ, it sounds a little less crunchy on the top. But that's just because this sound itself has some weird artifacts in it, and I'm bringing out the artifacts because it's so crunchy on the top. So what I'm thinking to do is let's just turn on the EQ in only when we want this, because the rest of the song sounds fine. It's just at the end. It's just like just somewhere, you know. Really just here, like once this part changes, that's really the only area I want to have this thing. That's with it. See, there's all these weird artifacts built into that sound It's only on the end for some reason, but it's still there nonetheless. Our other option is to kind of put on a filter, and like it could just automate the filter to be on. But rather than do that, I always like turning a plugin on for a purpose and then having it go off, rather than automating a parameter within a plugin. Because what'll happen is later you might tweak something or change something, and now you go in here and you twist the knob and you don't even realize that now that you've hit play, it defaults to some other position because it's being automated. So rather than have to remember anything, because I know I won't remember everything all the time, it's just not possible, especially if you move from song to song. What you wind up doing is do this because it'll be more easy to understand what you've done. At least for me, I always know that if I look at something like this, if I just open this and I see EQ's in, all right, I know it's temporary. And if I go to look at this menu and I see this exists here, I know that, all right, it's not on the whole time. So it's super easy. You don't even have to go into the plugin. You can just go to this menu and be like, okay, it's on. Something's on. Filter Freak's not doing anything, but that was my original solution to this, was create a sweeping filter sound over it, but it sounds great without it. We don't need that. I just need to roll off top end when the sound changes. Could even take off more. Smooth. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that. Now this could work, but it could also be weird that it sometimes is different. Like it might work one time we print and then the next time it won't work. So sometimes what I'll do to avoid, I might like break the clip and just put on the same setting in Audio Suite so I can commit it. If your effects are such where they're going to change every time, commit the effect. So like we come up here, we hit them with the dirty resonant down sweep, and I'll just sort of match these settings-ish. An easier way to match the settings, too, is to save a preset. Like you go in here, you save the settings, and then you should be able to pull it up there. So like if I were to save the settings as Gooch, now I come in here to my Audio Suite version of it, and I should find Gooch. Gooch. Sweet. So now we render Gooch. Yeah, I don't like the popping in and out factor of it. So if I were to try something else real quick, but I'm just going to abandon this in a second because it doesn't need it. This is definitely some nonsense bullshit I'm doing for no reason. I come in here. We'll start with Gooch. Let's start with Gooch. And then we will go to change this to like a longer amount of bars so that it doesn't change while we're dealing with this. Whoopsie. Undo is your best friend because I had everything highlighted. So back to where we were. It says filter freak. That's how I know. You see, it says FLTR FR1. So it'll show you what's the last thing done is at the end. So if I hit this with little plate, it will say like LTL PLTE or some version of little plate. If I hit it with a crystallizer, it'll be like, crist. It'll say something to give you a clue. So now if I hit undo, I know it's just back to what it was before. So I can hit it with this. And that's only one version. Otherwise, you process on top of processing. That's never fun. There's this weird like popping that it's still there that I don't love, and that's not when this goes on. That's some other pop. That's just part of this artifacting, I think. Yeah, because it's going on way before that. So. Audio Suite's your friend, guys. Make sure you use Audio Suite as often as you can. Later, Nick. Catch you later, dude. We're just about done here anyway. I'm going to be printing this and then wrapping up with the chat. So catch you later, homie. Do your thing. Thanks for stopping by. Later, Brian Piontek. Later, dude. Have a great show tomorrow and Saturday, Brian. Do your thing. I saw you posted some photos from like the show thing on our Discord. Speaking of that, anybody who wants to can join our Discord where we continue the conversation and just, be part of a conversation with tons of engineers doing what you're doing. Maybe you'll get, honestly, it's like a place to ask questions, be part of this awesomeness of just, it's like studio on studio on studio united across the world. It's our own little speakeasy. So join that. It's in the chat. I'll throw the link in there right now so you guys can join up with that if you want. And also, keep in mind anything you want me to make a video on, I'm super receptive to suggestions because, I'm always looking for something I should be making a video on. So anybody who has ideas, I'm open to them. Throw them in either the chat here, throw them in the comments, throw them wherever you got to throw them because I love to do it. And I'm back in the swing of constant videos. So. Yeah, it's better without that. So I'm just going to undo what we just did here. That's the beauty of undo. Shloop, shloop, shloop. All right. I'm going to print one. I'm going to print a one. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that, dude. We've achieved what I was looking to achieve with this. That's how I know we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. So now as we go through, let us print one. What's this thing saved as? M3. M trips. File type wave. Always output for me. Sometimes the output moves, so I always check it, but output down the center. A1314. A1314, yeah. And then interleave 2496, add MP3. Import after bounce directory. Is it in the right place? Yes. And we're good to go. Let's turn the mic off first. I almost forgot. Okay, mic off, printing time. So anybody wants to catch what we've just done and the final print, here we go. And any questions or comments or anything, throw it in the chat, because when I get done with this, I'll be over there answering anything and everything, and we'll kind of do some wrap-up closing statements. And then there's more stuff to come. I just want everyone to know plenty more live streams coming your way. We've got another song from Nicholas Desouza on the books, and we got this another artist altogether with a country tune also coming your way. It was a country tune recorded in Nashville, which sounds about right. And there was a time that, there's a much more, nowadays everything's recorded in Nashville, no matter what genre. And nowadays rap equals pop equals country equals, it's all the same. And it all comes out of Nashville, or a lot of it does, I should say. But it's like this weird melting pot of genres. This is definitely country. This song coming your way soon. So stay tuned for that. Let's hit print. I'll be back in the chat. The mic's muted while it's happening, so just keep that in mind. Here we go.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. 'Cause I know that there's a way that God will shine his light on my day. Things ain't bad as what
All right, we're back. We are back. Shigyono! What's poppin', Shigyono? How you doing over there, man? GDP said it sounds like a record. I appreciate it, dude. Yep, it definitely it has record vibes. It sounds like a record. I'm feeling this thing. I am feeling this thing. We are in a very good position here. There was like one thing I wanted to check. It was like what was it? A minute and a half off the end, so that'd be like 2:30. I just wanted to hear something. No, it couldn't have been there. What was it? Maybe it was a minute and 30 into the song. That makes more sense because there was vocals going on as a part I wanted to check. When I basically, when I print the song, I always listen to it because I don't want to like print it and then tomorrow be like, oh, I got to mess with this and this and this also. My ears were pretty fresh going in because we did most of this mix on the last stream. You can catch every single move done in this mix on the last stream. Nothing was done between then and now. And the couple moves we did make with fresh ears were very helpful. It's like a super clear screen as opposed to as your ears get fatigued, there's a cruddy level of dirt that gets built up on like your visual, but it's on your ears, not your visual. And then when that happens, eventually your decision making is really clouded. So the way I look at it is that crystal clear view helps so much. You got to take a fresh listen with fresh ears. And in this case, we did a little bit of like mastering moves on the 2-track today. That's about it, really. And we did a couple things in the track itself, like some stuff with vocals to kind of pull more attention to the lead vocal in certain moments, just the emotion of it.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Like this, I love, but I definitely want one vocal.
Don't have to worry. Don't have to.
Until the worry part. So I'm going to hit save. I'm going to hit them with an M4 version. We're going to take this down like, I don't know, 10, 12 dB. You could turn it off too. That might be better in this case.
Don't have to worry at all.
That double is actually really tight. It's such a tight double that we can kind of get away with it. I just think it's more intimate to not hear the two voices in a subtle moment like this.
Don't have to worry at all.
I'm bringing it in on the worry part.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Like you can clearly hear the double there, and I think it's more intimate when you don't.
Don't have to worry at all.
The double just kind of finds you, but it doesn't just run your life from the beginning, and I kind of like that better on a silent moment.
Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Just the backup vocals, I'm just going to bring them up 1 dB. We're so close to where I like it. That's just that little bit means something to me, but for the average listener, it's barely audible, but to me, it's enough.
Don't have to worry at all.
And then in some moments,
Don't have to worry.
where this part is like, there's like a run happening, it's like something going on.
Don't have to worry at
I wanted a little more of that.
Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be.
We're going to go even more. I want to hear that.
Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all.
And if you notice, I'm doing it on one fader because this is connected with all my backup vocals. And this is why, if you notice, sometimes you have to boost 5 dB or something on a background vocal in one particular part of the song. Now, in order to accomplish that, you got to make sure all your tracks don't go over 0. There's a reason every single time I mix anything, I keep a little bit of room there. Always 0 is the top. If I need to bring stuff up over 0, I bring everything down because I need room while I'm automating of at least 12 dB. Like 12 dB, not at least. That's the most I'll ever need. Usually I use 5, 3, 2, 1 dB. Reasonable numbers. 5 is a lot. But I have at least that. And I have 7 dB more if I want. As soon as you go over 0, you're done. With my workflow, especially streamlined as possible, my tracks go right to my mix bus. Sometimes they hit a parallel. Sometimes. But usually right to the mix bus. And that means if the tracks go over 0, I don't have room on my VCA to really deal with it. So I make sure I leave the tracks they don't ever get above 0. Except when I'm automating. Which happens at the end. It doesn't happen in the beginning. I automate last.
Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by? Even though they light it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your peace will have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning.
This is another part where I should have done this before, and I noticed it now, so that's why we're doing another version here. I basically have to lower the volume of the double because it's just too much double. Like it's good for emphasis. If it's running the whole time, it sucks.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry?
Tasty. So where's a good moment? Storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. How will I stay dry is a good moment to bring it back to normal, like wherever we had it, which is here.
Morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry? Pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry?
That how will I stay dry is really the moment we want. The rest of it can be kind of, we could fade into that. How will I stay dry? Let's hear that.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps. When the bills are due.
The bills are due, maybe we'll keep, and this will lower.
When the bills are due and we still need food. When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by.
See, this is what I call tasty on it. Just be tasty on it. Don't let it run the whole time.
And we still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though they light it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and we still need food and time.
And the excitement or interest of a vocal is in the vibrato. Just like on a guitar solo, you could tell a guitar player one from the next, not usually by the note they play when they just hold a note, but when they add a little vibrato to it. Like everybody doesn't hold, like it's not static. Anybody who's ever played guitar knows what I'm talking about. You hit a note, most people don't just hit it and not move at all. Their breathing creates movement, but they move a little. And that little bit of vibrato, the speed of it, the way it's done, that's where a guitarist's signature lies. Vocalists have the same thing at the ends of their phrases. as soon as they go to trail off from what they're singing, the way the note dips or rises, the way the vibrato, the speed of it, all of that matters. So I like to bring that stuff up. So when you have like the word food, and it's usually on the words that are quieter that you'll hear more of that stuff. And it's all important. It's important to me. So when I hear that, it's like, man, I wanna boost that stuff a little. Like it's just every word counts.
Need food and time keeps passing by. Need food and time keeps passing by. Even though they like it shocking and insulin, you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. We still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though they like it shocking and insulin, you jumped.
Right here.
Even though they like it shocking.
I think that can come down a bit.
Passing by. Even though they like it shocking.
No, see, this is different. I want a little power on this line. Because there's a guitar thing behind it. So if I don't have power, I don't got nothing. So I got to leave the double up on volume with that, with the where it was.
Even though they like it shocking and insulin, you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose? And insulin, you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? How long will you choose? How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? To lay in the dirt, broke.
Now, when I see stuff like this, I never care about grid. I don't care where it is. I don't use vocal align. I think all that stuff is just gimmicky stuff to make people think, that they got something when they don't. But the bottom line is you copy, you slide, and you do it by hand. And that way you don't have to have the thing set to any crazy tolerances. You could leave the performance the same. Like, I don't care where it is. I only care when it bothers me. That one word that bothers me, it's easy enough to slide it that who could justify buying a plugin for that? It's out of your mind. I mean, it's crazy. I don't see the reason.
How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? How to lay in the dirt, broke and confused?
And the thing is, later's better than earlier a lot of times because the later will give you a little bit of an effect. But if it's too late, it won't.
To lay in the dirt, broke and confused.
Actually, I don't like this as early as I made it. It's definitely better back here.
Lay in the dirt, broke and confused.
But yeah, there's no way a computer knows like that I might want this a little here and this. Like, I mean, it's so specific, and I want to be able to judge each one. The problem with a plugin like Vocal Align or something is you put it on, and then you just got to somehow take into account everything it's doing, and you never really do the A/B. It'd be very hard to A/B an entire song with that on or off, whereas I want to stick with whatever's naturally performed 97% of the time, and then 3% of the time I might need to slide something, and that's super light on the usage. So no matter what you set the tolerances to, it's better to do it by hand, if you ask me. It's the same thing with like de-essing. De-essers are great. And then when there's a real problem, you won't find a de-esser that will work. You'll have to do it by hand, so get used to it. De-breathers are the same thing. You want to de-breath the whole thing? It's like, do it by hand. It takes longer, and maybe it's arguable that a breath thing is less important, so who cares? But if you open an Audio Suite plugin and you take the input gain down 12, 15 dB, some good number, you just leave it open and then just, highlight the area with the breath, break it, and then render. Break it, render. You could go through a track like that really quickly. Roarly quickly.
How long will you choose?
You know what I'm saying? And the slow way to do it is this. And that's not that long either, but that's the slow way to do it.
How long will you choose? Lay in the dirt, broke and confused. Pick your head up. Will you choose? Lay in the dirt, broke and confused. Pick your head up. You pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and
I love the background vocal here.
pick your. You were
This is actually the one I really like, so I'm just going to give that an extra 1.5 dB. Move in 0.8s. It'll save your life. Don't think about, should it be 0.1, 2, 3, 4, wasting too much time. 0.8 times 2, 1.6. Add a 0.8 to that if you need more. Always 0.8s. Move in 0.8s.
Confused. Pick your head up. You were meant to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to be. Don't have to. Loaded like a truck in an instant, and you jumped for cover, and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were meant to thrive. Pick your head up. How long?
Freaking love this thing. I'm adding a little dB and a half to just the end of it. Just the end of the phrases.
Lay in the dirt, broke and confused. Pick your head up. You were
Maybe too much. More end.
confused. Pick your head up. You were meant to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to.
We gotta raise that snare fill a little. It's just this little cool snare.
Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to be. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to be. Don't have to worry. It seems to be free. If you choose to be, it seems to. You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to be.
Just a little bit of a rise as that snare comes in. It creates a little excitement.
You were born free. If you choose to be, it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it all.
I might do what I did with the kick with this, or with the loop, I mean. Just give it a little humanity.
It seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky.
Giving it a little love on the humanity front. Oh, Alex Christoph drums. Alex Christoph drums. In the house, dude. How you doing over there? Bicycle horn all day. We're not arguing yet, and we got Pong Master. What's going on, Pong Master? 1, 2 trips. How you doing over there? Just woke up, still in bed, 6 a.m. there. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's 1:16 a.m. on our side, and we're going to be cooked by 2. We're going to be done out of here. Done and done. I feel like that's what because we're almost there already, so I plan on printing momentarily. I'm just giving the snare a little life. What's going on? GDP is finally home. The dude needs his rest. What do we got? Grids are awesome. They have so many lines. Yeah, a lot of people like to work with the grid lines off like that. instead of with them on. I don't care. I don't look at them anyway. I can operate with grid lines or without them. Doesn't bother me. Oh, GDP is going to disagree, huh? About vocal align. If it's 100% modern production, vocal align goes there because kids don't know how it sounds without it. Well, yeah, that's trash. Who wants to make music that kids know what it sounds like with or without? I don't care about kids. Then it's a matter of taste on how much you can make the artist understand that it's better without it. Yeah, well, Nick is easy because he's a good singer, and he understands old school music, and therefore he understands that the humanity is what makes music amazing. So sterilizing it never helps, and everybody knows that. GDP he's disagreeing while agreeing simultaneously. Hit the like button, new peoples. Hit that, pop that, slap it, twist that knob, and punch it. Make sure you limit that knob a little bit. Hit it, bada bing. It drives the algorithm, and we need to drive that Jose Algo. We got, did GDP ever get his $6,000 ticket or whatever to fly home? The dude, honestly, I think he chartered a private jet. Don't forget, we have an awesome Discord server. We do. No mazes. You know, you might not get trapped in there like we did. In the beginning of using Discord, it was definitely hilarious. I was just running into the wall like the first time I ever played Halo back in, 1964. The Halo 1 OG. I remember it like it was yesterday. Mostly pictures of cats. That would be awesome. We need a cat bar. We need a bar for cat stuff. Cat bar. You're battling the crippling depressive darkness. I need a dog. Dude, take it easy, buddy. GDP's been up for 32 hours. You're insane, dude. We need a Jerry Springer type show where we have 10 producers come on stage and everyone throws chairs at each other over luffs while the crowd takes turns talking smack. Now, that would be a good use of AI to create that so nobody else has to spend a minute figuring out that and we could still laugh. That would be thorough, dude. I want that guitar solo. It's so funny, but now when I listen to it, it's like, we need more guitar solo, guys. We're going to do something I rarely do, which is let's throw the automation on this particular track. Let us do that. Make sure nothing's grouped accidentally. That awesome sound you're hearing is the sound of me flipping through until I see the thing that says selected, which is a bright white light that shines at me and says, "Here is the guitar solo." So I select the track, I flip through until I see the light, and then I rock and roll. Usually I put it on my first fader too, so that I know I'm not touching anything accidentally. It's sort of out of the way. See, I really like the volume of this. I just want to give it a little more personality, you know?
Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it.
Let's listen to the whole guitar solo real quick.
If you choose to be it seems to be. Don't have to breathe. If you choose to be it seems to be.
Yeah, I like the volume before on this part.
If you choose to be it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at
Yes, that guitar solo is so good, it'd be a sin not to hear it. So now that we can hear it, I'm feeling good about that.
If you choose to be it seems to be. Don't have to worry.
Hey, you want to hear something funny, GDP? I apologize, but I never listened to that song. I don't even know what song it is you're referring to. Like, I know you sent me something and I never listened to it. I apologize, but that night we talked about a few things and it got overshadowed, and then I didn't scroll back to the whatever we were talking about. But that's cool that the low end sounds similar. I never listened to it, and I felt like on first listen today that was really all I needed to do. First, anyway, that was my first plan of attack, was like, what else? How much can I pull the low end out of this song? But yeah, what was the name of that track anyway? I'm curious what you think this one reminds you of, like the track. What's the name of that song again? What's the artist? What's the name? Oh, it's Lenny Kravitz. Well, that's cool. I'm a fan of Lenny. You know, one of my favorite Lenny tunes is Fields of Joy. It's one of my favorite Lenny tunes. And I didn't even know it was one of my favorite until, it was one of the first concerts I saw early on. I should say one of the first concerts I saw when, it was just me and a bunch of, friends going to a show together, without being brought by anybody or parents or anything like that. It was one of the first tickets that we decided, I don't know how we wound up at Jones Beach. It was Lenny Kravitz and Black Eyed Peas opened. I think No Doubt played before Lenny. So, they were one of the headliners, and Lenny. At this time, there were always two bands headlining. And this was way back in the freaking 90s. This must have been late 90s. Must have been. And it was if my memory serves me correct, it was late 90s, and it must have been, yeah, because I was young at the time. I'm trying to think. Wasn't driving yet. Wasn't, this was No Doubt. It was a pretty cool lineup. Black Eyed Peas. I think it was Black Eyed Peas before Fergie, if I'm not mistaken. Black Eyed Peas pre-Fergie. No Doubt and Lenny Kravitz. I think that was the bill. It was an interesting show, and I had never heard Fields of Joy before. And I remember leaving there thinking, this is the greatest Lenny song of all time. It's such a Zeppelin-esque Lenny song. That's why I loved it so much.
Stop and feel the breeze.
Let's look at what this one was set, like what it was hitting on the meters. I'm just curious. With the drive on the tube down a half a dB, what was this thing at? So this is interesting for people to know, I think, right? We were hitting negative 9.6, and the true peak was at negative 0.2 without having true peak metering on. Like, this button is not pushed. So that is an interesting thing. Usually what that means to me when I see stuff like that is like, that might be money right there. It just shows me like that could be money. And I never really care what True Peak says, but I just have found that sometimes when you're not exceeding the True Peak metering, it kind of means your transients are in check. And then when I look at this number, I'm fine with it. And that was without Toop being up a half dB. It means I could probably get away with Toop being half a dB louder and be fine also. It's like I could squeeze that extra half dB out of this thing and be totally okay. And, I might turn True Peak metering on in that case. But like I said, the True Peak metering really doesn't matter. I did a whole spiel on this about a half hour ago, 40 minutes ago, so forget that. I don't want to get into that again. No Doubt 96, 97. Potentially, yeah. I mean, it was Tragic Kingdom touring No Doubt, if I'm not mistaken. It was Lenny, If You Can't Say No. Oh, that's a good song too. Yeah, no, not to confuse for Lennon and stuff. Sounds like Detroit Rock City. No Doubt 96, 97. Then by 2000, 2001, I met a girl on the internet that wanted to make music like rock punk. I had a band, kind of cool girl, sent me some demos. Band sucked. They got signed and the band was fired. It was Avril Lavigne. What? What, GDP? That's pretty crazy, dude. What? That's insane. I'm trying to like reread this 100 times. What? You met a girl on the internet in 2000 and 2001 that wanted to make music like rock, pop, punk, and had a band. Kind of cool girl, sent you some demos. Band sucked. They got signed and the band was fired. It was Avril Lavigne. Are you serious? It's funny how that works. That's insane.
Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry? Bills are due, and we still need food, and time keeps passing by. Even though they light it sharp in an instant, and you jumped for cover, and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be and thought, how will I stay dry?
Now that there's one vocal there, I want to just boost it a touch in the spot.
Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought, how will I stay dry? Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought, how will I stay dry? In the morning, the rain came pouring, thought, how will I stay? Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring, thought, how will I stay dry? When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by, even though they like the shocking and I stay dry. When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by, even though they like the shocking and instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing? When the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by, even though they like the shocking and instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Whatever you're growing through, let the light guide you through. Don't have to worry at all. You and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt? And your even though they like it shocking and instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the even though they like it shocking, even though they like it are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by, even though they like it shocking and instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up, pick your head up. Ooh, how long will you choose? Ooh, how long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be what it seems to be. You were born free. If you choose to be what it seems to be. Stop and feel the breeze. Will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. Will you stop and feel the breeze? You were born free. If you choose to be what it seems to be. If you choose to be what it seems to be. If you choose to be
Just want to hear the choose to be on only this vocal. Choose to be.
if you choose to be
If you choose to be, yeah, choose to be. Let's go. Choose to be.
if you choose to be what it seems to be. If you choose to be what it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all.
All right, we got this in the bag. What was I automating before? The guitar solo? Did I turn it off? I did. Okay, good. I don't like to leave automation just on and running. I put everything back to read when I'm done automating as a habit. That way if I touch a fader or something, it doesn't just stay on touch the whole time and write it again. That would be awful. leave True Peak. You know, it could be on or off. It really doesn't make a whole lot of difference.
Was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be here, choose to be here. It seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it all. Don't have to worry at all.
Yeah. Sounds marginally better with the True Peak off.
Was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be here, choose to be here. It seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the sky. We're gonna make it all. Don't have to worry at 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 all. Was burned straight through. Was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. Straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. Straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You and time keeps passing by. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. Still need food and time keeps passing by. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head. Jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. Passing by. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. And time keeps passing by. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. Lay in the dirt, broke and confused. Pick your head up. Lay in the dirt, broke and confused. Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. Even though they like it struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your piece was burned straight through. How long will you
going for it here.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to.
Let's print this one. Gonna print this. I don't know what this, whatever it's set on is fine because I'm sort of liking what I'm hearing, so we're gonna go with it. All right, time to run it. Here we go. So what is this version? M4? Yeah, okay. Here we go. As soon as I'm done with this final print, we will do final wrap-up thank yous and any other questions, comments, and all that good stuff, and maybe hear a little more about Avril Lavigne in the chat. Throw in anything you want in there. Join our Discord. Be part of our speakeasy. That's what that is, except there's no alcohol in there, but it's BYOB, you know what I'm saying? Bring your own. Output. Good. Output. Interleave 2496 at MP3. Import directory. Good. Interleave 2496. Okay, boom. Good to go. Turning the mic off, and then we will rock and roll. Here we go.
Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. 'Cause I know that there's a way that God will shine his light on my day. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Worry at all. No, no, no. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all. Things ain't bad as what they seem to be. Don't have to worry at all. Felt the storm in the morning, the rain came pouring. Thought, how will I stay dry when the bills are due and we still need food and time keeps passing by? Even though the lightning struck in an instant and you jumped for cover and your peace was burned straight through. How long will you choose to lay in the dirt, broke and confused? Pick your head up. You were made to thrive. Pick your head up. How long will you cry? Pick your head up. Stop and feel the breeze. You were born free. If you choose to be, choose to be who it seems to be. Don't have to worry at all. Just keep your eyes to the skies. We're gonna make it, y'all. Don't have to worry at all. Don't have to worry at all.
Awesome, folks. We've done it. We've done it again. Loads of action. Get down. Double the action. Get down again. That was from somebody's comedy sketch that I saw like 100 years ago. Some stand-up routine. I don't know who it was. I have no recollection, but my childhood can't forget it. It was a million years ago. And that get down again Arnold impression still sticks in my head to this day. Pro limiter loudness analyzer. Sometimes people are curious what stuff is, I was laughing my ass off at the Alex Kristoff thing in here about loves. You're hilarious, dude. So I figure, let's check it. Perfect. -8.5. That's right in the sweet spot for a song like this that's super dynamic still. Love it. Feeling it, guys. Feeling it. Feeling alive, dibba-dip-dip-dibba-dum. Feeling alive, I tell me I want no feeling alive, dibba-dip-dip-dibba-dum, bob-doo-that. Bounce. Freaking song is awesome. Well done, great mix. Shigiono, I appreciate that, brother. Party horns, Halo and Hotline Bling. Bro, that did sound like Halo. Yo, there's definitely some Halo stuff going on in here. Halo, the OG Halo. That's why I brought that up earlier. Like Hang 'em High Halo, OG. I don't know if they changed the song. I don't know if they did. I never really followed up with Halo, except for the OG version. After that, it was just, it's like I'm not wasting my life doing this. I was never a video gamer. Like after a certain time, I just couldn't do it anymore. I felt too much like I wasn't moving. But some people love it. It's like a mental exercise for a lot of people, so I can understand that. This Avril Lavigne thing, GDP, we're gonna have to revisit this. We're gonna have to revisit this at some point. GDP Japan, the Canadian music scene is kind of small. She wanted to be big in Canada. Everybody knows everybody there. That's interesting. Like a Canadian guy I'm producing came to my house and was going through the CDs I had and found this one I bought in 2005. Canadian band. His ex-wife's name was there as background vocals. That's insane. I can understand that. That's why we have to behave, because you never know who's watching. Yep. Just got in my car and left myself half a Rockstar lemonade. There is a guy. Oh, man. Rockstar, bro. I don't know. Monster, Rockstar. Like, that stuff's terrible for you. And like Theo said, it makes you want to go home to punch. GDP Japan. I had to Google Rockstar Lemonade. It says it's designed to keep you hydrated, but has kept. Yeah, it's just like Monster. It's just freaking. How much toxic do you need? Plenty of toxic. Alex Kristoff drums. Nobody's going home till that meter's in there. Never round these parts. This is plenty loud enough. Like plenty. Caffeine is my friend. Can you record the background vocals at Hollywood Puppets is insane, guys. In a good way. In the kind of way you want, where someone's like, does it matter that I'm doing something completely opposite and I know you're going to tell me it matters, but does it matter? Like, it's one of those kind of questions. He knows it matters. But he wants to go against it, which is cool. I'm not do whatever you want. At the end of the day, it's all art. So if you want to just, split the atom with the art, then go for it, man. Here we go. Hopefully my mic's on. Yep, it's on. When I was looking at that, I was like, oh, was my mic off? Where did you get the multi-tracks? This is GDP Japan said, great song. Where did you get the multi-tracks? From Nick. This is Nick's song. Nicholas Desouza. Nicholas Desouza, the man with the plan, writing a lot of great music and extremely talented artist. So bottom line, the dude's going places. And I'm very happy to have been the one working on his stuff. And I can't wait to work on more of it. There's another song coming called Bluebird that's awesome, and I really can't wait to share that with you guys. All this stuff that I've pulled up has been great and amazing stuff. All these songs, especially like the Hairbrain stuff, I really love the vibes of that stuff a lot. This one is much more I don't even know what the right way to put it is. It's much more like, I feel like people who like every genre can appreciate a song like this, whereas when it, the other way, I don't know. Like when it's like fusion style music, I have a feeling it alienates people who need a vocal to latch on to something. Like, so it might alienate some people, but I feel like this is just freaking universally likable, which I really don't say about a lot of stuff. And I feel the same way about the other song, Bluebird, is very like universally likable. And I'm really excited to work on that one for you guys too. That's on the horizon. We already got it scheduled, so that's going to be great. And he records in Logic. That's the DAW he uses. He uses Logic. In case that was the question, I'm not sure, but Alex goes over, bro, that did sound like Halo. Yeah, dude, I said the Hotline Bling thing the other day just because of that sound effect in it, but it's different. It's not the same. Shigiono, well done, great mix. I really appreciate that. Alex Christos said Halo 1, yes, hang 'em high, the green, of course. The boats, those giant Xbox controllers, the boats. We called them the boats. But yeah. It was GDP, get out of there, bud. Get out of there. I know you're just kidding. What was the other one? Hang 'em high, and Hang 'em high was the one to play when there was like 2 to 3 people playing. You could get away with 4, but it started to get a little crazy. The one with the 2 bases in the desert, that was the one where the sniper rifle would be like off to the side up in the freaking mountains. Man, I wish I didn't give away all my video games when I start thinking about stuff like this, but there's no time to play them, so who cares, right? But I have such nostalgia for that game and that specific board, which I can't remember the name of. But it was a desert. It was 2 bases. It was ideal for capture the flag with like freaking, 4-on-4, with the Ethernet cable on 2 different TVs, 2 crews of 4. Ideal for that with the warthogs. That was what's up. I have a lot of memories playing that game with a lot of my friends. Like, I feel like we all have the same can't forget memories with that because it was awesome. We still like meet up all in one place where we could get the connection to 2 different TVs in 2 different rooms, like old school style. These TVs, were like the tube televisions. I feel like that was when a big screen TV was literally a big screen. Like it was freaking on rollers and like 2 feet deep. The thing was nuts. But yeah, so where we at? We're what is somebody give me the name of that freaking board before I freak out. Anyway, let's talk thank yous real quick. Thank you to Braxel1. Thank you to Danny Lyrica. Thank you to Big Mac Miller Light. Thank you to R. Huggins. Thank you to Yandel. Thank you to Nicholas Desouza, the official. Thank you to Lucas Lama. Thank you to Brian Piontek 6113. Thank you, Hollywood Puppets. Recorded at 0 dB. Thank you to Skylar Hale Music. Thank you to Shigiono TH Music in Africa. And thank you to Alex Christoph Drums and Pong Master 123. Thank you. Also, special thank you to GDP Japan for rocking and rolling, keeping this thing alive. No matter what, rain or shine, flight or no flight, laid over in the airport or not, bullet train or not, the dude's keeping it moving, always ahead of the game. It's 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Reflexes of a cat, speed of a mongoose. The guy's got it going, all right? He's got the freaking Avril Lavigne's in his contact book. 100%, all right? We're there. We did it. We've conquered another one. Every time you finish a mix, you should feel like you conquered something. And in this case, we conquered it. Let's get close up in here. Zoom in. Just want to end by saying everybody could do this. Also, check out the video I dropped today if you haven't yet, because, recently somebody asked me to do a revision on a mix I finished 2 years ago. And I was like, you know what? Okay. And then later I was starting to think, man, that's going to be fun to pull up. Fantastic. Excellent. I can't wait. So it just occurred to me that really going this way, full on, the way I am mixing these days and have been for a long time now, is the way to go, man. It's just so the way to go. Either this or go with the digitally analog recallable gear. Like, no analog gear that ain't digitally recallable. Bottom line, in today's day and age, make it easy on yourselves. Watch that video if you haven't, because there's all sorts of weird insights in there. Also, no subscription models. Stay away from them. So anyway, I just want to say thanks for watching. You guys are awesome. You make these streams what they are. And I think we could all get great work done if you join up and be part of these things. Be part of our Discord. Anybody who's watching is always welcome to jump in the chat. Doesn't matter what your skill level. There are no high horses here. We don't let it happen. So anybody who comes in being crazy, we deal with. And when they're awesome, we love you. Come through. There ain't nothing you could say that's too crazy as long as it's audio related. We're good with it. So awesome. You guys are great. Just want to say thanks again for watching. All right. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. Leave comments, questions, anything in the chat. In the comment section of the video, now that the chat's over, feel free. Also, if you want me to make a video on something specific, drop it in a comment on any of the videos. I'm happy to do it because I'm always looking for video ideas. So I mean that. You come up with something good, I'll shout you out and I'll definitely make a video on it. All right. Hit the like button, promote this thing, punch it, punch it, punch it. Twist the knobs, faders up, everyone. I'll catch you guys later. This is Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. Another one of these live streams is coming immediately, most likely tomorrow. So this is the weekend. I love to mix on a Friday and Saturday, and we're going to make it happen. So let's make that happen. It'll probably be most likely, we'll see. We'll see. The song on tomorrow's docket could be country. It could be Bluebird, one or the other. We'll make it happen, all right? You guys got this. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. Never forget it. You can all do this, and you guys got this. I'll talk to you guys soon. All right? You got this. Take it easy.